Welcome to episode 25 of our Football Manager Hobo to Hero playthrough. So, this is a stream in case you watch this later on YouTube. Good choice. And we are, I guess, in some sort of a promotion challenge. I have a hard time accepting it, but 4 points difference, there's something. Well, 5 points towards the first non-relegation spot. In fact, I should probably have a look at this. I never really... yeah. Both of them are promoted. We were destined to get relegated at the start of the season, so not exactly an expert on how promotion works here in Malaysia and League M3. Liga M3. Well, so last time out we managed to salvage a 2-1 against Immigration despite being down one man for 70 minutes. 71 plus stoppage time actually. And we only conceded a goal in minute 94. So we can be pretty proud of that, not so much of Sulaiman. He'll probably get an official warning fairly soon. And we will concentrate on the match against Bungaraya. That'll be a hard one. Well, it's always a hard one, isn't it? But looking at the schedule, this is off to a great start. Doorbells ring. BRB. This is certainly a great way to start off a stream. With a postal guy at the door that doesn't come to the door. Just rang the doorbell and then, well, he disappeared. So, who knows? Maybe I will do the same in just about a second. Once the guy rings the doorbell again. Great. Yeah. Nuremberg in a nutshell, I guess. So, where was I? I was going on about the schedule. We will play Bungaraya and Bukit Tambun next. So, taking baby steps, we need to win these two. I know, baby steps. But Bungaraya are sitting in the 11th spot and Bukit Tambun are dead last. Bungaraya play 4-4-2, Bukit Tambun do this. We should probably have a look at their pitch too. So let's focus on Bungaraya FC first. This is a semi-professional club, same as us. They like to control possession, at least the manager does, in a 4-4-2, which is alright with me. I already had a tiny look at their playing material. Want to have a look at the facilities, small stadium, which is pretty good. This is more or less standard size, so not much of a change here. We are kind of used to that. And looking at the opposition, I think we already have some impression of what's going on here. Yeah, might as well look at the opposition report if we have one. Or not. In that case, let's just have a look at the team report. This is the last one we got. So it seems like they are good dribbling. That's not inviting. But the handling is good, they work hard, yeah. That stuff. Goalkeepers are pretty eccentric. And some of the playing material is fine. Maybe we should have a look at those. He's pretty fast. Positioning is a bit off. So chances are that we will create some space to our right. Not too bad, we have a pretty fast player there. Well, actually two. So I guess this will be a pretty even match. Asmi versus Baru or Atan, I think is his name. So that's okay. They did not play Asmi last time out though. Seems to be doing alright. This Razak guy doesn't really belong there. That's a central defender to me. That said, well, maybe he does belong there. Who knows? Then Mod Nasri here is a pretty good passer and a good tackler. This is somewhat dangerous, but as a creative option we can probably mark him out of the game, I think. With 2 to 4 off the ball movement, that's pretty decent. He's not physically strong, mentals are a bit off somewhere. Like here, bravery, composure department. Probably physical force might help too. He's not a good dribbler. So we stand a chance there. And this guy, that looks like the poacher that just can't fall, really. We need to be aware that he's a good dribbler. Overall, I think shut up supply is probably the primary way to deal with this here. So there's that. Let's have a look at the other striker too. That's very similar. Off the ball movement is okay-ish, anticipation is pretty great, dribbling is alright, not fantastic. Probably normal tackles here. But overall, I feel like, well, this seems to me like they are good goal scorers and good at a specific pass or something, but it's pretty lackluster with the rest of the attributes, and it clearly shows here. So as a result, I expect us to dominate this match, more often than not. There's also a central midfielder here, with Samuel, who is considered to be really just a passing machine, I think. Good passer, not so great off the ball movement, same with the physicals here, that's underwhelming. But this is a positive for us, right? So let's try to have a look at that once we get there. And, well, first of all, though, we need to deal with the aftermath of last match. So Saidil let a goal in right at the end of the match. Otherwise, his performance would have been, I wouldn't say perfect, but pretty good. That said, we conceded 1 and not 2, so that's a guess that that's an improvement. Didn't do a single save though. There's also the added question of sharpness, actually. I think our squad in general has a problem with sharpness. Now, we made those available for the under-19s match, so let's see how they are after the under-19s match first. But otherwise, we might as well play the other Sarawak team once more for an additional 10k in income and, well, better sharpness on some of the replacement players here. Substitutes, not replacement. I also want to state, I guess, for your information, that I will probably not do another uninterrupted 8-hour stream today. That's just not possible. I need to get into the kitchen and cook at some point. But overall, I really want to see this season through. New team record, 12 matches won. And, well, record haul in terms of points. That's unsurprising. This result was undeserved. I have my problems with the data hub. these days because it shows some stuff that really doesn't apply to us. But, well, we are happy with the result nonetheless. And performance, like the expected goals performance isn't that impressive. Well, to be fair, we went defensive from, I think, starting here. Nah, we went defensive somewhere around here. So we were mostly focused on not conceding. They had a few chances, despite that, but we were one man down. So we are pretty good with that result in the end. Also, we scored one of the shots here. There's one shot by Choo-Choo. That was a really low percentage thing. Carrier hit a woodwork at some point, and Sulky Flea. That shot was saved. It was the easiest shot to convert of the entire match. And we didn't get it. So that's a bit underwhelming too. But in the end, we're happy with the result, I think. Yeah. So, how are their performances? Well, is it even the time right now? Yeah. So morale isn't perfect yet, and I would want it to be a bit better throughout the week. He had 6 out of 7 tackles. Overall, we can be okay with his performance. No creativity though. So I will tell him. That does help a little bit. Carrier, 6.8 rating, 1 out of 1 tackles. The passing in particular was pretty impressive. Can we praise him for the passing? Sure. That was good. Abdullah, I recently realized that Abdullah has really great passing in general. So it comes as some surprise to me that he's on a 6.2 rating. That must have been a mistake in defense again. But also his passing's pretty off. So I instructed him to do more direct passing, and apparently this is just something that he can't do. Might want to look at the mentals again. His technique is a bit low. His first touch isn't exactly great. But it's not like he has really, really low mentals. So I'm a bit confused with this. I guess we could take off the more passing risks. Hi Mies, welcome back to the stream. You basically missed me running to the door because the postal guy rang the doorbell without bringing the packet up here. So, you didn't miss much. I'm also going through the players right now, and look at that. We instructed Abdullah to do more direct passing. But his passing success rate in the last match was horribly bad. Well, it's not horribly bad, but 49 out of 65 is pretty bad. Carrier is way better. He does more cautious passing though. So, shall we put him back to shorter passing maybe? He's also on a 6.2 rating, but that might just be yet an additional mistake in defense. No, it doesn't show here anyway. True, I switched that, I recall that. Still, I think maybe more direct passes are a better idea for him. Like, I realized that he's not that bad, as I just said, but his mentals aren't exactly inspiring either. His vision is 6. So maybe we would let him play a patient passing game instead, and know that we got a reliable option there. So quite the opposite, but we realized that we can play out of defense with him. And it's a very similar approach with Carrier, I think. But in Carrier's case, it's just the stats. He's pretty decent as a passer, despite having 4 points of passing for some reason. I do not know where this comes from. We might as well teach him, won't we? That helps. Also want to switch on the light, this is bad for the eyes. Give me a second. Better. At least for me. So much for the passing of Abdullah. Okay. Mazrin. I think Mazrin did have an impact on the match, not a positive one though. Overall, he had a hard match though, because, well, the defensive midfielder in front of him suddenly went missing in minute 19. Didn't have much of a creative impact. I do not want to complain too much, we won the game. Ankun's impact was pretty positive, given that he held the line. He also scored with that long shot. That settled the affair, and it was vital in hindsight, because we conceded after all at one point. No chances created though. That said, we can probably praise the goal. It's pretty good. Alright. What else is there to be said? Suleiman got thrown off the pitch. You can probably figure out the talk. Well, the passing was fine. Fair enough, I'll do that. Well, there will not be a next time. Not anytime soon. He's suspended for one match though, so... How did Athan do? 7.6 rating. Just want to put that out there. I guess I'm still in favor of Baru, but I'm not exactly against playing Athan. 16 out of 16 passes, 2 chances created. It's not his fault that he didn't provide an assist. They were certainly there. We took him off in minute 53 though. I think he was fouled and was exhausted as a result of the foul. The game in general was pretty great. If only we could keep the guy on a prolonged basis here, but that will not happen anytime soon. He's also more of an inside forward to me, like, but from the attribute profile, not from the foot profile. So we would need to re-educate him for the left wing. On the other hand, I mean, he has finishing, so I guess it's inside forward on attack. It's probably possible at some point, but that's really just a striker in a winger's dress, I guess. Zulkifli was entirely incapable of hitting the back of the net, even from 2 meters out. He had an assist though, so there's that. Passing in general was fine, 6.9 rating. We will praise his passing, given that we went passing most of the time. He also compensated for the lack of a second defensive midfielder, and did do the job as a playmaker. So I'm somewhat happy with this. Chuchu, scored that goal. That was pretty great. Otherwise, not much to say. For him, this is, I would argue this is a standard performance for him at this point. There are some obvious hiccups here and there though. So, I'm happy with this. And then there's Diego. I wanna emphasize something here. He's awkward with a striker at this point, so it's not makeshift anymore. There is progress to be had here. I also put him back on deep lying forward training until he starts complaining again. I think this is still reasonable, and I want to get him to competent as soon as possible. So hopefully we'll get that done. In the last match though, 6.7 rating. He won 3 tackles for some reason, not that it's his main job. Heading didn't go that well, but he faced, I think, at least one tall defender. Passing was pretty good though. That said, he didn't create any chances and he wasn't on the receiving end either. To be fair, with one man down, the focus wasn't exactly on a striker, right? So we'll still criticize him for no chances created. Or not being at the end of those. But overall, I'm not really mad at him. I can understand why this happened. We brought on Thomas as a replacement pretty late, I think. He doesn't even have a rating. That said, we can probably praise his passing anyway. There you go. Okay, who played? RC did. No chances created, despite being on the pitch for 40 minutes, more or less. That's not exactly good. I expected a bit more. Well, on the other hand, he missed one. Well, he was missing one opportunity to play the ball forward. Just due to the player being unavailable. I think Baru came on. Or not. He was suspended. True, we rotated Chuchu down to the right. So Sophie came on, maybe? Yep. Sophie also had an assist. And pretty good passing overall. I think we can praise that. Passing's pretty good here. That's fine. And then we did some replacements in the defender area, I think. Safri might have come on. In minute 86. This was just to wind down the clock, I think. Amran did not play. And then Dicky probably... Dicky played as a left winger. No, right winger. We played him as a right winger for 4 minutes. 4 out of 4 passes. Can't really complain. Didn't win the tackle. He did have something of a shot, but apparently it counts as a pass. I don't know. I thought he had a shot. Kind of confused with the stats here. Well, I'll praise him anyway. Also, want to mention something else. Looking at Dicky's training performances, it just seems like giving him time on the pitch might have a positive impact. I know, really surprising. I also set up an additional mentoring group for Chuchu. He's team leader, so I want him to influence somebody. Oh! Mr. Arthur Schopenhauer, which is the nickname that was wisely provided by Mies, will be with the club now. Great. So hopefully that gets us 2.5-star coaching in one area, maybe even 3. That's a very big if though. And well, the if is down to his attributes, I guess. Recommend a signing, please. So let's have a look. What's he good at? Mr. Arthur Schopenhauer is set for a technical possession. That's 0.5 star more. If we take him off, we get 0.5 star more in technical defending. That's not too bad. So that improved one training category by 0.5 star. I also think with some practice, he will probably hit the 3-star territory pretty soon. Simply due to the fact that his mentals are pretty good. We can also probably try to send him on a coaching course immediately. Same for us, by the way, in case we can. Currently we can't. Still a good idea though. Maybe he wants to go. It's not like it's to the detriment of the coaching in comparison to what we had earlier on. So even if the performance drops a little bit to 2-star coaching whilst he's on his course. It's still a positive. This all is good. I'd rather have a third training session in this week, but you do what you have to. The under-21s could really use a friendly or two, I think. And some of our players played for the under-19s. Great. Are they taken off that right now? Yeah, they are. So now it's between medium and heavy match load. This is probably alright. Seems like Sophie played a ton. Well, hopes our sharpness improves. I also hope that we can maybe arrange a friendly. Where is it? Fixtures, probably, Chris. Fixtures. So they do train Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. The under-21s. I think he's no good at it, man. Sorry. But hey, there's even 600 euros from playing Sarawak in the under-21s. So I guess that's an idea. Or we just play Kushing under-21s. That's even better. So we play those tomorrow. And we do the same with Sarawak, I think. On Mondays. Let's have a look at Dicky, just for fun, but I don't think he should be played there. 3 points off the ball movement. Decision making is pretty good, same as the determination and leadership. His mentals overall are pretty bad though. And well, he knows how to cross. He knows how to run. He doesn't really have the stamina. And his best, I guess his best technical attribute right behind the crossing is marking. So this is still something, it's somewhat okay to have him back here, I think. If we look at the attributes as a winger, just for fun. Dribbling's rock bottom, passing's rock bottom. Well, most of this is. Crossing, acceleration, and agility are fine. The rest... well, I guess pace too, wherever it is. Might be straight behind agility. There is improvement in him though, over the years. Given how much we played him, or how much we did not play him, that's alrighty. I also still retain the position that I want to keep him at the club if he doesn't want to leave, just because he's resolute. I want him to be emergency backup. And use him as some sort of a mentor for the rest. The problem is he's 22 of 23 right now, and most of the squad is a bit older, so he can't really fulfill that role yet. But assuming he retains his personality, we can use him. Even if he doesn't specifically retain his personality being resolute, he will probably still be a good influence on most of the players from a personality point of view. So this is really important. And this comes down to the fact that there's no good personalities to be had over here, otherwise. We're still looking for a scout though. Zulkifli has shown early signs that he might be on the declining. Well, oh, we also played him as a defensive midfielder. So training position changed, it says. No, it didn't. He might lose this. This is one of the commonly known bugs in Football Manager. Any other thoughts on the last match, Mies? The one in the previous stream? We don't need another physio? What? Is the... Oh. Seems like we have a physio and a head physio. Let's just say this physio is better. Same as the head physio. So what am I doing? I guess I request an added physio. But I will cancel this transfer. My thoughts exactly. And Killeen is unhappy with the playing time. That'll come up at some point. So I guess the question is, do we want to let Killeen leave for the remainder of the season? I'm somewhat concerned with this. Ankun is available. Ankun will be available until the end of the season. There is no alternative to playing him anymore, is there? I guess there is. Oh, well, Suleiman. In case Suleiman ever makes it back from the red card, which will happen probably, Killeen is not strictly needed anymore. I'm pretty fond of Killeen in general. On the other hand, well, yeah, I'm pretty fond of him. We just didn't play him that much. It's this weird situation where I really want to play him more, but we have our own playing material. So I would want to make this a permanent deal, in particular for next season. He seems to have the potential. He's only fairly inconsistent, only somewhat doesn't enjoy big matches. So for a younger player, this is okay-ish. Could be better, obviously. Alright. And the number of physios just got increased. Oh. Now we need to find a physio again. I'll just put out an ad. Also, we can have an additional physio, but not a sports scientist for some reason. And we really need the sports scientist, not the physio. I don't care about the physio that much. I don't even know what an additional physio does, really. Let's have a look. Or do you know Mies? Or anyone else, in case anyone else is around? Alright, I will Google. What are the benefits of having more than one physio at the club? It seems to impact the... It seems to impact the condition and the injury risk. Yeah, something like this, yes. Okay, So, the guide to FM, I will link this. The guide to FM states that there is a debate as to whether physios help to reduce the likelihood of injuries and reduce recovery times, or whether they only report on injuries. However, the official manual suggests that physios do both, do work on both, preventing and rehabilitating injuries. So, I guess we could use another physio, yes. In fact, we can use those on a repeated basis, if that's the case. We wanna maybe ask for more as often as possible. Physios are not that expensive, if I'm not mistaken. And if they impact the amount of injuries or the recovery and all that stuff, that's pretty important. Didn't really realize that, it makes sense. And well, avoiding the odd injury here and there is probably way better than dealing with it afterwards. So that also impacts player value as soon as they have contracts, I think. Just because, well, a player that isn't injured is a player that usually will not decline in value. Not as much as an injured one. So pretty easy one to deal with. Physios are important. It's basically some sort of insurance, but I'm not sure if there's a premium to be paid. Other than the wages, really. So it might still have a positive expected return in the end. If not, it might, well, at least it cuts the left tail of the distribution of outcomes. So physios are important. Seems like Saidil is still pretty happy. Not sure if we want to discuss this with him. And I'm not sure if this counts as good form, but whatever. It's alrightish. There's no sports scientist here. It's really important. They will include one physio after another, but no sports scientist. The sports scientist is what's important to me, though, because I want to find out about recurring injuries. And recurring injuries can also reshape the perception of a player's general susceptibility to injury. So sometimes you find out about a recurring injury on a player, and all of a sudden his susceptibility to injury goes from very low to very high. There's also the stuff with the contrasting personalities and, well, the Killeen stuff. I need to talk to him about this. Am I not? He expects to play. Well, in that case, Killeen didn't really come and discuss it. First of all, I will criticize his training. Well, the development, actually. Then I will praise his conduct. He doesn't really have a bad conduct as far as I'm aware. He didn't play. Yep. He has Schrödinger's conduct. It's good and bad at the same time because there's no play-in time, so he cannot really misbehave. No news? No news. That's running. What does a recruitment analyst do again? When you scout and analyze players, recruitment analyst has input there. Okay. Analyst advises one on the personality and how he'd fit in the club. Alright. That's not horribly unimportant. So I guess we'll ask for one. Don't really need a loan manager. In fact, quite the opposite. I need somebody to find loan moves for us. Getting players into this club that we cannot get otherwise, and that really, we can't just park somebody at Cushing from that perspective. Never really tried to loan a player from Sarawak. That might work too. But we always just bought them in that case. Well, hopefully we can get real contracts at the end of the season or the start of the next one at least. We might just also go professional if we get promoted, but that means that we need to win the next match. It's an absolute must-win. There's many crosses against them usually. No. I'm not sure if I understand that. So, set piece attacking efficiency. He attempted 8.26 crosses, and the expected assists coming from it are 0.06. Or, in other words, he's absolute shit at taking free kicks and, in particular, the crossing section. Which is good. Bungaraya scored 4 goals last time out. Okay, they played Bukit Tambun, but still, that's pretty concerning. They had a lot of expected goals, and, well, they started off pretty good. Pretty well. Low scoring and a low assister on Shaharudin. And this Ibrahim is not much better. Expected assist per 90 minutes is 0.28. That's probably because his passing is not that great. He's a good runner though. And this is exactly what we saw. Also, he's wanted by somebody. Oh, by Cushing? By Cushing, so that means he might be interested in playing for us too? Who knows? We'll scout him for a week. I do not think he'll make the list of players in range there. It's 34 right now. Alright. So he will not play next time out, that's for sure. The rest of them are more or less recovered. There is Sophie's under heavy match load, that's concerning. So, if I recall correctly, the central defenders of Bungaraya are two different kinds, really. There's one that is pretty tall, but not that fast, and his positioning is a bit off. And there's another one that is really fast, has really good positioning and marking. So I do not know how to go about this. We can gamble it in both directions, basically. That said, in general, I think our players are technically gifted. But recruiting team at our disposal is good enough. It's never good enough. Alright, the stuff with the rivals worked. Yeah, with the rivals worked. Bungaraya. So, that seems absurd. We do know there is no strength in here from set pieces. That's just how it is. We know that defensive near post set piece first contacts are pretty horrible, so they are bad at defending corners. So I will focus on attacking corners, right? We also know that they lack good corner taking, so defending corners on our side isn't really needed, it seems. They are fairly bad at creating from set pieces. Hasnan's ability to counterattack might help to exploit this. Not gonna go there. But given that this is squad, they are pretty good at dribbling, but there should be a notion of jumping reach somewhere in here. Not really concentrated, not really fast. Stamina isn't good, pace isn't good, jumping reach isn't good, bravery isn't good. They are bad at set pieces. So there is a specific option here to have counterattacks on top of that. But the argument can go all the way everywhere, basically. The second thing here, I'm not sure what to do with this. They are good at winning set pieces. Ah, I see. They get a lot of corners. This is why we should focus on it. Well, hopes are they will not get that many corners against us. But alright, why not? It's not like we need to focus on anything else. The transition phase, I'm not so sure why. Our forwards have the pace to cause Bungaraya's defensive line real problems. Okay. They do. Our forwards have the pace. Bungaraya's... Should probably just have a look at the report, really, shouldn't I? Let's have a look at this again. He is a 12-10, so that's not too bad. Osman's pretty slow for a 25-year-old. He is somewhat slow, yes, but this is Chuchu's side, so... But that said, Chuchu will probably skip past these two anyway. He's a little bit faster. And Razak is not that slow, but neither is he really fast. Physicals are definitely on a positive here, though. So, do I want to emphasize this. Don't know. We could also focus on the defending, or really on any other category they are pretty bad in. Questionable marking. Anticipation's pretty low. Decision making is lackluster. They lack good tackling. I think I will focus on breaking them down instead. If I can find the menu. Yeah. We now have a recruitment analyst. Well, we can get one. So maybe that'll improve the scouting of the players a little bit. It's not bad. I think I had one at some point, and I valued the input. I didn't really use it much though, to be honest. But maybe we'll get one. And in particular, maybe that helps us once we have the option to sign foreign players. Who knows? Alright, this takes a while. I will use this to grab some water. Or not. That's fine. Don't care about this. Don't care about this either. We are strong favorites, it seems. That said, Bungaraya won the last match. So it's up to us to make that a rarity. Still, wanna grab that water. BRB. Here we are. Alright. Cannot really talk to Killeen about his playing time. Obviously, we can put him on the pitch, as expected. That's not the worst idea, I think. On the other hand, Ankun's recent performance was pretty good. He is also destined to leave because, well, it's the end of his contract. Which reminds me, transfer window's closed. So, big decision coming up right now. I never really thought about this, but we should probably reconsider. Do you have an opinion, Mies, on renegotiating contracts with them? So that everybody goes on a non-contract right now? They will only be able to leave at the end of the, well, they will only be able to sign for another Malaysian club once the transfer window opens. And we will probably lose all of them anyway. So, looking at the contracts right now, this is basically, well, this one will not be renegotiated. So this is about 3 contracts. Thomas's, Ankun's, and most importantly, Carrier's. My thought process now is we renegotiate with all of them. We get about, well, we knock off about 500 euros from the wage budget. And we just suffer through whatever's going on. It's not like we can't change the fate anyway. Nobody's interested in Carrier right now for some weird reason. He's well, I guess there's an argument to be made that his technicals are really, really bad, other than being a central defender. But, so I'll start here. No, he doesn't want to. Never mind. There was an opportunity to do this last time, during the transfer window though. It might be exactly due to that reason. Yeah, they want to keep their current contract as long as the transfer window is closed. That makes sense. Okay. So, Football Manager is really good in that regard. Gotta give them that. They would have wanted to renegotiate to a non-contract just so they can leave in the transfer window. Yeah, the contract's running out anyway. But now we are basically forced to pay them for the next 3 months because transfer window is not open. And only maybe in the last month or something, once they feel inclined to leave on a free transfer again, they are willing to renegotiate for a non-contract. Just so the affair is settled and they might even leave sooner. So it's not really about being willing to renegotiate with the club after all. Well, they are, but the intent is to leave. That's pretty straightforward. From their side it is, not from ours. And we can't change it anyway. So maybe one opportunity would have been to negotiate a contract, say, I don't know, a day before the transfer window closes, so they accept it, but that there is no real opportunity for them to leave. There's always the opportunity for them to leave, though, to a foreign league, if I'm not mistaken. Because a non-contract doesn't state they need to stay here, as long as the transfer window is closed. It's just about being signed by another club. Thomas still trains well. Well, hopefully he'll remain with the club. That's highly doubtful, though. Ishak is on a 9. Do you see this shit? You gotta be kidding me. Is this the second month in a row? He really trains well for some reason. Still not great, but... You compare this to Hussein again. Hussein is... I think Hussein is faster or something. Yeah. But on the defensive side... Well, technical and attacking, this is a snail's race, but still. That could be way worse. Technically speaking, they are pretty much similar at this point. Also, Ishak has the dribbling on his side, for whatever that... Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? Ishak actually is the better one mentally. Wouldn't have guessed. He has better positioning. Yeah, and well, on the physical side, Ishak is not as good as Mod Hussein. I have no idea where this comes from. He doesn't even play in the under-21s. I like this a lot, though. But Ishak is, well, Ishak is 23. This is really rare. A player with high consistency at the age of 23. So I'm kind of confused by that. Awang Amat. Still an interesting option. We might just need to play him at some point. And in the under-19s, Mr. Khalid still trains well. That might not matter much to us though. In general, we have a lot of players that are basically capable of playing one position only. People like him, with some versatility, that's pretty rare. We try to get Shadow Striker out of him. Well, okay. I guess the finishing's pretty positive, yes. And Tiny... going for deep lying forward right now. Well, he has 5 points of passing, so there's something. Not great so far, though. There's a bunch of people that want to be recruitment analysts for us all of a sudden. Analyzing data, judging player ability, and tactical knowledge are the relevant categories here, as well as determination, it seems. A bunch of them are all over the place. Him, for example, he has good skill set, but I do not like the determination. I'd rather not. He's a little bit better, it seems. Oh, this is about performance analyst. Still interesting though. So I guess tactical knowledge makes a big difference. On the other hand, I would prefer to sign somebody with a personality that I want in a club long term. So the bunch of fickle ones is probably not what I'm going for. He's a 4-4. And ambitious is even worse. He's a 5-4, but, well, there might be a tendency to leave at some point. We'll go for this one, I think. 140 euros. Well, in that case, we need to get that done. They starting with 80? Some ways away. Okay. Let's make it 90 and a 5% increase. Nah, this is highly likely to happen at this point. Okay. I'll try to settle for 110 and 15%. That's okay. Alright, and now we need to get rid of those 15%. He's definitely insisting on that. I also think, given that we will not get relegated this season, next season, that might happen, but it might have a negligible impact. Might as well include that clause. Players selected for a first team fixture against Bungaraya will be available for this match, but their game time should be limited to allow them to recover. So, we should figure out who will play against Bungaraya. It's today at 20:45 anyway. Alright. Let's throw them all out and have a look. So, we are not big fans in rotating, apparently. In particular, given that the goalkeeper has a target set. He's very familiar with the tactic. I do think the short kicks are really... I don't know if this is needed, taking short kicks. I would want him to roll the ball out rather, I think. The nearby player in distribution. We do not really need to increase pace that much. It's a possession-based system after all. Obviously I like it the other way, but looking at his mentals, I think that just made me reconsider. His decision-making is okay-ish, he has no vision whatsoever. So, nearby player is a good idea, I think. Let's have a look into training. So, Carrier trains pretty well. Wouldn't have guessed otherwise. There's also a reasonable argument to be made to play Tiki at 1 point, same as Thomas. We'll put Carrier here, as always. I will end up with the same result anyway, but still want to go there. Tiki, not really an option to leave Mazarin out, is it? Yeah, he trains well too, by the way. So definitely bring in Mazarin. The Baldwin midfielder Suleiman is not available, so I guess Sophie will make it. It's not like we have an alternative there. 8.05 rating in training, pretty good. For the others, well, we could play a real striker, or a Chilean has none doing, 6.5. They barely play though, so 6.8. Like, it's not their fault. I don't play them. I think Thomas's training rating was pretty good. Zulkifli, on the other hand, he's very much in decline. Problems with injuries too. I think we'll... How's his sharpness? Not that good either. I think we'll switch it this time. We'll play Thomas first. Zulkifli did do the last match. Zulkifli also provided an assist last match. But I think this assist... This might have been the pass back to Ankun, who took the long shot. So it's not like this is an impressive thing. He didn't really create a chance. It doesn't say here. So overall, I'm pretty happy with his impact, but I think he can go to the bench this time as a replacement. And I don't really care much about Taib. Trains well, but as a loanee, his primary role is not specifically on the pitch. As long as the others provide, and they do. More or less. Well, hopefully Thomas can do a bit more this match. His recent form is... I won't say lackluster just yet. 6.98 is okay. But I'm hoping for a bit more. Did he score much? He had 1 goal in the last 5 matches, but no assist. So I think we can criticize the fact that he didn't have that many assists in his recent form. Let's have a look at this. The strikers have been feeding off scraps in recent games. It's your job to create chances. He had no assists whatsoever. Despite his form being good, that might work. I'm not convinced, but you're the gaffer. Didn't really change. Okay. In that case. There's also heavy match load on Sophie. Don't like that at all, but it's not like we have an alternative on the bench. Shall we play Kilin or Abdullah? Well, depends. Kilin really wants to make an impact. If we do not play him now, we will probably not play him at all. Ankun, on the other hand, is in straight decline, attribute-wise. How's his form? He had that goal. I think we will still play Ankun. That said, Kilin can come along. We do not have defensive midfielder playmaker right now. That's the wrong one, that's Abdullah. Sorry. Come on, Ankun. Safri's overall performance is pretty bad. This form is horrible. Right, let's not give him a target. Usually they are upset with this. Don't really want to play Saleh, so I guess it is Abdullah after all. That said, his last match was horrible. Does train well though. He is somewhat fast, I think. And the opposition comes with one forward that is a 12 pacer and one forward with 11-11. So there might be the opportunity for him to show off his great pace. Might just be needed. And this ends up with the same setup as always, doesn't it? There is the question between Atan and Baru. Atan's last match was more or less faultless. Just want to put that out there. Baru, on the other hand, is a consistent performer, it says. He trains well. And, well, his consistency shows... doesn't really. I think we'll let him have an impact from the bench here. And we will play Atan this one time. That's also, I think, that's also complementary with his recent good performances. So maybe he can have an additional match like the last one, preferably with an assist or two. Baru, on the other hand, does need to come along. There's no debate to be had about that. These two are the best we have as replacement defensive midfielders, I think. So we still need them. Harsi is pretty much non-debatable, I think. The only question is, do we play him outright? But on the other hand, that would mean that we leave the captain on the bench, and I don't really think that's viable. True. That is true. But, also welcome back to the stream. If we look at Atad's form, he had a 7.6 rating last time out. 16 passes attempted, 16 completed, 2 key passes, 2 chances created. Completed his tackle, 4 dribbles. All of this in 53 minutes whilst being one man down. And if not for a really hard tackle, well, he was on the receiving end of that one, I wouldn't have taken him off either. He did well. So I think he's good for 45 minutes or even more. I'm not sure if his stamina is that much of a detriment to his performances. It's more about a lack of consistency, I think. That said, we will play number 11 in the league. They did score 4 times in their last match, but in general I expect us to beat them. So if he has an opportunity to make an impact, it's in one of those matches. That's not an argument against Baruto. I would be happy with either of them. So, I don't know. Baru's stamina is not much impressive either. Also, he has been a bit out of it. Due to his yellow card. He was suspended in a match against Immigration. So let's have a look at sharpness too. I ignored that so far. Baru's sharpness is maintaining in the green area. Atan's he's losing sharpness in the yellow area. So in fact, that's an argument for Baru, you can say, or for providing sharpness to Atan. I'm conflicted on that. I guess if we want to use both, we can give some playing time to Atan. And hopefully he makes an impact. I think Atan is the faster one of the two. Yeah, Atan's pretty fast. That comes on top. But he's missing whatever he's fast. Nah, he's just a little bit faster. He's missing the stuff on the technical side, I think, in comparison to Baru. In fact, let's compare those two. So Atan's faster. Atan has better vision. Atan has similar physicals. Defending is inexistent on both of them. Yeah. There's barely a difference, really. Baru is a bit more technically gifted. That said, Atan is a bit more... he can jump a little bit. That might make a difference in this match, given that they are pretty bad at defending as well as attacking corners. So maybe that's a thing. I do not think there's much of a difference between the two, really. The star rating is way different, but I do not agree with this. We also gave a lot of playing time to Baru throughout the season. And if you look at the average ratings, where's the statistics here? Look at that. You can barely fit a paper in between these stats, I think. The key passes per 90 minutes are way better on Atan for some reason, but I do not think this is significant given that he made 4 appearances and 5 from the bench. The rest of it, like the average rating and that stuff, it's basically in the same area. So his shots on target ratio is a bit better. That's not really... Yeah, well, it's not really that impressive though. He has better finishing, so that makes sense. Pass completion ratio is a bit higher. That might just be a reflection of the games they were played in, really. I'm not so sure if there's much to be said about this. Still going on about it just to show you that I don't think there's a definitive answer to be had here with the two. Also, we play them both as... We play them both as wingers. So... This is just wrong from our perspective. Says here must improve stamina. I guess you have a point there. But my biggest concern here really is the low consistency. So the rest of it is okay-ish. I don't care much. Has good recent form on top of that, yeah, so why not? Oh, I'll stand by that decision, but it's not like I'm very convinced that this is the way it has to be and the other decision is wrong. In fact, that you can have it the other way too. Combining Diego and Thomas, I think that makes sense for this match. If I had decided for Zulkifli, I might have also decided for another striker for this match. That said, looking at this stuff, they are pretty good with positioning. Well, he has an 8. He's also somewhat slow, so there is an argument to be made here that we can overrun this guy. But on the other hand, there is also an argument to be made that we can outjump this one. The defenders, no jumping whatsoever, neither does he have. So... Still going for floated crosses, I guess? I think the goalkeeper's also really bad with aerial reach, if I recall correctly. Nah, it's an 8. That's not too bad. I expected much worse. That said, counterattacks might also be a viable option here. Not sure. Given the lack of pace overall, that might or might not exist there, we'll go with Red Chili. He's the faster one of the two striker options in case we need it. We have a ton of attacking midfielders on the bench. Well, there's Zulkifli, but I guess it's not a ton. We have enough playmaker-ish midfielders, is what I'm going for. Safri is basically the only option here, and well, Amran I guess it is. That said, Amran in comparison to Ishak at this point, that's getting awfully close. In fact, Ishak, due to his recent training performances, might just have overtaken Amran. Mentally, there's obviously a big difference, but I do not agree with the assessment of the assistant manager that much. In particular, Ishak's defensive capabilities as a player coming from the bench, that might be better. His stamina is way off in comparison to Amran, but we're not talking about playing 90-something minutes. We're talking about playing 30 maybe. So stamina is not really a big concern. The bad decision making is a concern, but he has better positioning. I'm actually in favor of Ishak this time. I might regret it, but there comes an additional benefit with playing Ishak here. Or, well, with bringing Ishak. Ishak is a very consistent performer, according to his player profile, if I recall correctly. Yep. He does hate big matches, but this is as close to an unimportant match as it ever gets. So, I think we can bring him along. And then there's the discussion between the two goalkeepers as a replacement. There's not really much to say here. So, what do you guys think? Can we get a result here? We absolutely need 3 points. It's even more important over here. Well, I guess 3 points are always important, but we just can't leave that. We need the 3 points in both of these cases. That would, like, it pushes the door to promotion up so wide. We are 4 points up right now against the direct follower. Against Bungaraya? No, I think to Bukit Tambun we did. Bungaraya, I'm not sure. I'll have a look. Yeah, that's good and all, but he's not really interested in us, is he? Okay, let's see. Bungaraya, where is it? We won 2-0 against him. That was at home, though. So, assuming it was in the later stages of the season, as it seems. So, I assume that we played in an attacking manner there. Parsi did score as well as Baru. And Mutnor Hasik Mod Aris had an 8.5 rating. I think that was the match where they had a lot of shots, but still Aris saved it all. If I recall correctly. Yeah, look at that. They had really great goal scoring opportunities, but they just didn't convert them. They also had a penalty that got saved by Mod Aris. I don't think we will play him again though. Not this time. Despite his good performance last time. This will not be a repetition of the last game. In fact, I hope it will be better, but this is an away game, so it'll be really hard on us. Who knows? Okay. Let's have a look at the opposition. So they want us to play cautious and blah. Don't really think that's a thing. I also thought We gave away a lot of fouls recently. So maybe this is a bit late. It probably is. Does the familiarity go down due to the tackling? Nah, it doesn't. So I think I will take that off and rather instruct players to tackle hard specifically if they have really good tackling or if it's needed, to reduce the overall amount of fouls given. For example, his tackling's pretty bad. I'd rather for him to ease off it. Same with Atan. It's instructed anyway. Diego's a 5. Yeah. Chuchu does ease off tackles. He's a 6. Ankun, on the other hand, he's a 6 too, never mind. Sophie though, Sophie does tackle harder, and I think that's warranted given that he's a 13. I have my problems with his bravery and aggression, but in general he's a good tackler. Mazrin's pretty good with it. Does tackle harder, it says here. Abdullah tackles harder. It might not seem that way, but on the defensive side at least his tackling is fine. Same as carriers. So there's that, and Mod Hussein. Mod Hussein's tackling is pretty good too. No reason not to implement it that way. That one. Alright, opposition instructions. Did I set it to next match only? Yes. Opposition instructions. So, what do we know of them? Let's start in midfield. This guy's off-the-ball movement is not horribly bad, but it's not great. He is a good parser and has good vision though, so we need to mark him tightly if we can. Also, he doesn't enjoy being tackled hard, so might as well do that. If you look at that dribbling and that bravery, that's really bad. Technically speaking though, he's a pretty good player. He has good technique, and he is somewhat threatening due to being fast too. Not a finisher. Long shot can be pretty much ignored most of the time. And composure's pretty low too. So I still think I'll leave it at that though. Nasri, on the other hand, is a good passer too. Off the ball movement is really bad. Tackling's pretty good on him. It's basically the same. So we have 2 players in midfield that are able to do playmaker-ish duties, if you want to put it that way. He also has good corner taking for some reason, but his crossing's really bad. I do not know why their corners in general are, statistically speaking, so bad. Might have to do with the recipient more than with the providing player. This dribbling's pretty good, but it's not good enough to ease off tackles just yet, I think. He is pretty fast. The crossing is threatening. Passing is somewhat threatening. First touch is okay. Bravery is pretty low and strength is pretty low. I think normal tackles is the way to go here. This does not need to be instructed, but I think that's the way to go. His technique is a bit low. He's pretty fast. This is the side of Mod Hussein, who himself can probably do this. The off-the-ball movement is not that good. In general, some of the mental stuff is pretty concerning here. So hopefully we can shut this guy down. He's 20 years old, so I don't know. And the other supplier here, his crossing's a bit lower, passing's a bit lower. We can also think about showing him to the weaker side, by the way, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. So show him to the inside. Same as with him. I generally tend to do that on wingers. I have my problems with closing that down. His first touch is pretty good. So I guess due to the low vision that might make sense, yes. So we like his first touch is okay. He will be fine receiving the ball. He and also is technically gifted enough to play a pass. That said, with that composure, bravery, anticipation, and vision, and all of that stuff and the teamwork, he's probably on the lower side determining what to do. Yeah. I will not specifically go towards the bravery though, just due to the dribbling in the first touch. Chances are he will get the ball away prior to not knowing what to do with it. You know, like keeping it from the attacking player, so ours. And seen from that perspective, I think it's okay to go with this only. Want to have a look at the other one. So in his case, composure is a bit better. First touch is a bit lower though. He's very much unconcentrated, no off-the-ball movement whatsoever. He's pretty fast though. Showing him yet again to the inside. So there's still an opportunity to close him down here, I think. His passing is okay-ish, sadly. Luckily, he's pretty bad at spotting the pass. I will go with normal tackles here too. Just to make sure. In general, I think he's somewhat threatening from distance as a provider as well as a goal-scoring threat. With the long shots 5 and finishing 4, that will be a freak accident day if he scores a goal. Then again, it is bound to happen at some point throughout the season. That's probably somebody... Let's have a look at history. 1 goal and 4 assists. So it's not fantastic, but it's not impossible that he provides something. This Razak guy, first of all, it's a left defender in this formation, and he's on the wrong foot. So we show him to the outside. That will help him to do some crossing, but in general, I think he's not technically gifted enough to really be a threat. His passing's pretty low too. I do not want to mark him tightly, I think that's for sure. He will outrun his marker anyway, and his off-the-ball movement is pretty low, but I want him to play through him most of the time. The crossing is concerning. That is true, so I will not avoid closing him down. But we gotta have some risks here, and they need to play through somebody. So there's that. Dismut Ifran Osman. His major weakness, besides the weak foot, is probably the physicals overall, with the exception of the jumping reach. But he is pretty slow, in particular for Malaysia. Passing's pretty good though. So we have this rare occasion where we actually need to tight mark a defender. We cannot really let him get to the ball. He is able to provide. And that gives us direct man marking duties for Diego. Now, he's countering an off-the-ball movement of 2 to 4. He's also countering bad physicals, with the exception of the jumping. So man marking the guy makes it impossible to play a pass towards him. It doesn't make it impossible to play a high ball towards the central defender. That said, think about a goalkeeper playing a high ball towards the central defender. That's a high-risk move. So we will try to mark... Was it him? Osman out of the game? Osman out of the game. He has somewhat okay-ish bravery and strength. Dribbling's pretty low. First touch is pretty low. But I think that settles it for now. I do not necessarily want him to be closed down all the time. I guess in case he receives the ball, he does have... Well, he doesn't really have the vision there, so we might as well close him down. He does have acceptable mentals overall. It's not that bad. It's not great either, though. The face says I'm 17, but he's 25. Sulishan. Sulishan's passing is horrible. No need to mark him. Yeah, decision is 5 and vision is 1 to 3. So I can certainly see the appeal in that. We also try to go with pressing pretty high here. So going for control of the match, I think it makes sense. But I'm still somewhat conflicted on it. The Sulishan guy has a really low capability to play with the left foot, so that's a thing too. He is, in general, utterly incapable of playing a pass, closed down or not. Now, obviously we could try to close him down too, but that would be a lot of pressing. Decision making is much better, vision is a little bit better, bravery is okay-ish, composure is not that high either. So the argument can be made that maybe both of them need to be closed down or none of them. Depends. It's not really a big issue though. In general, I have my problems closing down all of the players in the back four. That makes sense. So I guess we keep it like this to restrict his time on the ball. But I want to be clear about this. I think it would be fine not to trigger the press on any of them, just because the team instructions will imply it. You'll see in a second. This guy's passing is okay-ish on 5, but it's really the crossing we are worried about, so show him to the weaker foot. He does not really have great off-the-ball movement, pace is somewhat lackluster. As a defender, he might be challenged. His positioning and tackling are pretty good, but he's faced with Choo-Choo as well as Mazrin, so that might nail him to his own goal if we do our job well. His dribbling is absurdly bad. His first touch is pretty bad too. So I think this is a case of triggering the press under any circumstance, even though I'm not a big fan of instructing it to the back four. I ignore the strikers for now. There is a thing to be said about the goalkeeper though. His throwing is 4, his kicking is 5, his passing is 3 to 5, so probably a 4. First touch is horrible. He has no idea how to do any of this. The only thing he has going for him is the fairly professional personality. But composure is also pretty low, and no vision. I want this guy to distribute the ball in a long manner. So he cannot have the ball at his foot. Not for a prolonged period of time. Which means for the next match, out of possession, we need to prevent short goalkeeper distribution. And I actually think we need to step up more even. That said, I don't know if I want to do that instruction. Okay, last but by no means least, let's have a look at strikers. This guy is a pretty good dribbler. Got ease of tackles, otherwise we will give away a ton of free kicks. He is not the fastest guy to accelerate, but in general, off the ball movement and, the pace. These two together, that's threatening. I have my doubts about everything else. Closing him down, sure, first touch is a bit low. So that might be a thing. Maybe that. It's also Abdullah that will face him. Abdullah is as fast as this guy, more or less. Abdullah is a good tackler, not as good as he is a dribbler though. So that might yet be another one of these performances of Abdullah, where we're not really pissed at him, but it's not great either. This guy's dribbling is a bit lower. Bravery is pretty bad, strength is pretty bad. We'll go with normal tackles here. Carrier will probably interpret this as pretty hard. Passing is low, first touch is pretty good. Marking him out of the game is not really an option due to the pace. But as you see on the mental side, he's pretty good. Okay, I will actually leave you with this for a minute or two, because I need to do a bathroom break right before we start the match. And then we'll see what's going on there. So in case you have any other ideas, feel free to put them in chat. BRB. Hi. So, looking at chat right now, apparently Osman has low vision and decisions. I think I had a look at that. That's an earlier statement, right? Yeah, this is about closing him down. Okay, otherwise, no additional comments it seems, so we can move forward. Thank you very much for considering, though. Okay. I'm really nervous about this, by the way. Hopefully it doesn't show. We also played Thomas in this match. Not Zulkifli. Not sure if that's a good idea. We'll see. Pleased as the technical approach matches the team status as favorites. They are pretty happy and confident with the mentality and stuff. Sure, the passing seems to fit the standard of passing of a bunch of players. Who is this? Well, this is Chucho now. Who are the other ones? Thomas has low passing, Baru has low passing, Rachili has low passing, he's on the bench though, Carrier as well as Hussein. The rest of them are instructed to do it differently anyway. There seems to be positive reaction to triggering the press more. I think in general we can emphasize on this. If we want to trigger the press more, we should have good stamina in the squad. Maybe that's something I should have a look at in the future. I never really considered this. I am aware that aggression, stamina, work rate, and I don't know, probably that. Maybe some determination, I'm not sure, are pretty important to trigger in the press repeatedly, because otherwise they just won't do it and then it won't work. But I never really had a look into the squad. That's just something I want from my team, and I think I need to consider more if it's viable. That makes sense. And shooting less often for Mod Hussein, well, that's a good idea on him. He has 1 point of finishing. Shooting legs often are a good match for a standard of long shots. His long shots is 1. Let's go. In general, I think this kind of feedback is pretty important. Like, it gets ignored so much. You can skip over this stuff all the time, but if there's one player in there that is happy with the shorter passing... What's going on with Klopp? Please tell me he's still at Liverpool. Otherwise, I'm probably not... Like, I guess feedback is important is something that might go well with Klopp. At least according to his public image. Yeah, well. Who doesn't, though? That's just complimentary of playing football that includes the ball. So... that might be a thing. Okay, we are favorites. This is not a home match. We'll go with this, though. And I will go with assertive encouragement here. I don't really know if the body language makes much of a difference. I imagine it does. Pleased and inspired everywhere. So that's fine. Okay, let's do this. We are unchanged from last match, by the way. I didn't even know. But apparently I came up with exactly the same lineup, which doesn't make sense, because we cannot be unchanged from last match. We had one thrown off due to a red card. So, thank you, FM. That or they were and I misread that. That's the first counter-attacking opportunity for them, or not. What happened there? Fuck off, it's 1 minute 26. Shamsuri hurt himself. Well, that's just horrible, Mr. Shamsuri. His dribbling is alright-ish. This is one of those that we focus on with normal tackles, I think. The captain. Will they take him off? Don't know. He is the one playing to the right here. Don't know about body language and stuff yet. So focusing down the left against a 4-4-2? I don't know. Probably we will ignore this for now and just hope that it has an impact. Don't want to emphasize it too much. It's a 4-4-2 after all, so going through the middle might be a really good idea, as shown here by Diego and Atan. Mazrin. That was a good tackle. Okay. So, but he will probably recover somewhat. That said, this chance was created more or less through the middle. Chuchu takes the corner. Osman with the header. We have 80-something% possession now. And now it's 55. Oh, that's sad. That cross did not result in an offside situation. They have a corner now. KL Rovers are up against YPM. I'm not sure if I should be excited or not. Never mind. Equalizer. Well defended by Carrier. Atta doesn't get to the ball. Neither now. Thomas does though. Diego gets the ball. Why, Diego? Don't hack it clear. There was an opportunity to play a reasonable pass. This Ibrahim person is pretty dangerous for now. I'm not really sure. What did we do against him? Where is he? Oh, it's a winger. We set normal tackling. But I think close him down. Not much else we can do, can't we? Well tackled by Ankun, and it's with Ibrahim again. That's dangerous. Intercepted by Chuchu though. Will we have a chance to score on the counter-attack? Oh, Chuchu, that pass was a bit lackluster. Could have provided more. Atan. That's offside, isn't it? Should have picked the other player or the shot. In Atan's case, I would have taken the shot too. They tend to cross a lot. I don't like that. We'll try to stop crosses here. Not sure if that's a thing. So they had the only goal scoring opportunity after 14 minutes. That's really a nervous game so far. It's kind of funny. I never really followed the other team's scores up until now. Nice claim by Saidil. Ankun with a free kick. Maud Hussein with the header. That's probably the better chance in this game. Nah, it's... the expected goals is pretty low in both of them. Rezak is the inverted winger. I ask myself if we can go in harder against Ibrahim, or if we provide free kicks to them. But it is pretty damn dangerous what they do out there. So I think I will go with hard tackles versus Ibrahim. he is not brave at all and not strong at all, and we have an option on the bench in case it gets us to a yellow card. Also, 18 minutes of the match are already passed. Or have passed, sorry. So it might still be an option that this goes down without a yellow card. Hopefully without that many fouls too. Oh, that marking is pretty bad. I really expected more by Diego there. We have another corner, for whatever reason. Masrin will take it. Oh, Abdullah's second attempt, really not a thing. Chuchu just retained possession. Mod Hussein. Abdullah. Carrier. Well, that'll probably... I thought about a risk-free pass, but then again, there was somebody that thought maybe just lob it over opposition defense for no reason whatsoever. Thomas with the ball now. Runs. Plays a short pass towards Chuchu. Chuchu cuts it back. Masrin! That was the best chance of the game, I think. Also a really low-grade one. Mod Hussein. No cross this time, it's a pass towards Thomas. Will Thomas take the shot? Oh, it hit the goal! It hit the goal frame and Diego hit the back of the net. That's really lucky, but I don't care, we take it. It's not what I expected though. Well played. Look at that. They are wide open here. This is the inverted winger, wingback. This is the central defender. This Ibrahim should be an attacking midfielder. And I don't know what's going on there, but there should be a midfielder somewhere. They are all over the place though, after this throw-in. So they weren't really sorted defensively, and we used that. Also, Diego scored yet another goal. Well, honestly, that was kind of an easy one. But with 3 points of heading, he was also capable of putting that one past the goal frame. So, still happy with it. Thomas is out on the wing for some reason. That's pretty bad, Carrier. Good pass. Masrin. That's alrighty. Thomas gives it back to Masrin, not bad for Chuchu. Runs with the ball. Doesn't find Masrin this time, but Sophie. Ankun. Nice long ball. Wasn't offside. Atan wins the header, and Thomas wins the header too. You recall that that looking at the jumping reach of Atan versus what's his name with B? Baru. It's Baru, right? I should know the names of my own squad. It's Baru. So Baru's jumping reach is 3 only, Atan's is 5. Seems like there's a difference. It did create a goal this time. So up by 2 goals now. I'm not sure if the second one was that deserved. Or the first one for that matter. This is pretty dangerous. That's also really bad ball control by him. Good for us. Nathan didn't skip past Razak this time. I'm not willing to go back to defensive just yet. But There is an option to just keep the tactic going. It barely created any goal-scoring opportunities for them so far. And just switch mentality to defensive instead. On the other hand, we start to create now. So maybe we should keep it going? Do you guys have an opinion on that? Oh, Chuchu, what are you doing? That must be a misunderstanding here. Close him down. Cross for Samuel. And that hopefully doesn't result in anything. It does. Abdullah with a really nice header here. I think we'll praise him. Being up by 2 goals is enough for praising, I think. It is a pretty good performance overall. We could try to retain possession a little bit more. Wasting time, working the ball into the box. Also, Osman just won a header. Not sure where this came from. Well, Osman is the one with 14 jumping reach, right? So, never mind. That is to be expected. Mazrin, Thomas... I guess the idea is interesting. That was intercepted. I thought it would have been intercepted longer term, but apparently it isn't. Nice ball. Ankun with a pass for Diego. Diego skips past his marker. Diego does not skip past his marker. That was pretty close for Osman though. He needed to get that challenge right. So as long as we can provide these kinds of situations, I'm happy. Mazrin takes the corner. And that'll be picked up by Churchill. This offside. Looks like it. Sophie, Abdullah, Thomas again. With a pass towards Ankun, that is intercepted sadly. Well, he got the challenge right. Nice kick with the heel. Doesn't really matter much though if you don't do anything useful with the ball, does it? Ankun. Just retaining possession for now. Ankun, Thomas, no penetrating pass coming in. Sophie, that's a nice one. That really split the field nicely, and that's a penalty. Oh, who will take the penalty? Diego does. 3 points of finishing. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Second goal of the match by Diego. Seems like he can do his job as a forward after all. He might not like it, but it works. So that's pretty good. Shall we go defensive now, by the way? It's minute 37 and we are up by 3 goals. It's not like we need to create more. Alright, if you say so, Mr. Assistant Manager. I will follow the opinion of the fans. That never went bad. Went badly. We're good. So they didn't create anything really. In fact, they were in a lot of pressure. No problems whatsoever. The defensive side was a bit problematic. but it seems like the hard tackles helped a little bit. We also close him down, the crossing in particular. So stop crosses instruction. Maybe that's overinterpretation, but it did seem to help recently. Melaka and PIB are on a 1-1. That is dangerous. Razak, Samuel, Ibrahim with a lob. Not bad, Mazrin. So let's have a look at this corner. Hopefully nothing comes of it. Mont Nasri is a reasonable corner taker, he's just not a good crosser. I'm thinking, despite playing positive, we can start wasting a bit of time, at least. Just to make sure that we carry this over the finish line. 55 minutes, barely anything happening, which is good, given that we are up by 3 goals. Mod Hussein with a cross, doesn't end up with Diego. It was a vital challenge on their behalf though. Atan with another chance. Way over. In general though, I think we can be happy with this. We'll praise him once more. And this is actually one of these matches where we can think about rotating in players that need to time on the pitch, I think. It's 3 goals after all. That said, don't want to risk the result. That makes sense. Carrier with a long ball. This is not offside. It did get intercepted by Razak though. Looking fine so far, not bad. Mazrin going down the left. Will he be closed down? Well, yes, somewhat. There's a cross coming in though, and Diego hits the goal frame. That could have been more. Did it hit the corner post right now? Ankun with a free kick. Lobs it into the penalty area. Nothing comes of it. Atan. Still Atan. Back to Ankun. Atan. Atan! Saved by the keeper. I don't think Atan has a bad match so far. Abdullah. Oh, not bad either. The guys are still creating. They switched something, I think. If I saw that correctly. But it might just be tactics. Doesn't seem like they subbed anyone. Some of our guys are pretty tired. We are in minute 68. So I'm not really convinced that this will not risk game, but we do need to do our replacements at some point. And I think Ishak did not play forever, so that is a good idea to put him in here, if we want to play him at all. He's also apparently a very consistent performer, and he hates big matches, so there's not much to be lost here anymore. Being up by 3 goals, I think he can play here. Safri doesn't really need to come on, according to sharpness. We could play him for a few minutes, but Kyria and Abdullah are doing just fine right now. Yes, 6.7 is not that impressive, but it's okay. We could play Dicky for Mazrin. I still think Mazrin is vital for chance creation though, so putting Dicky on is a very defensive move. Killeen wants to play and he deserves to play at some point. It's not like I'm against Ankun. This is squad dynamics related, right? He started complaining. So maybe 20 minutes will pacify him a little bit at least, as he came from the bench. Ugh, Parsi versus Chuchu. Not really a debate I'm willing to have right now. Same with Baru and Atan. Atan is somewhat tired, same as Chuchu. So I guess the argument can be made that we can replace both. And Rachili is just not needed, really. But I'd rather put Harsi as well as Dicky on together. So we'll go Baru for Atan here. Just to make sure that he gets some time on the pitch too. And everybody's motivated and inspired to hold on to the result. If that lasts for 15 minutes, we're more or less done. Wow, that was a big chance. We got really lucky here. Can't praise the player base just yet. Ishak with a throw in. Thomas. Ishak again with a cross from deep. That didn't end up with Chuchu. It was a good attempt though. Mazrin. Sophie. Could have been number 4. In general, we're still creating somewhat. And KL Rovers and YPM just seem to draw. That would be really great a draw between the two. Oh, Chuchu. He does get the ball back though. Ishak, yet another cross. I mean, I guess Carrier was around, so that's not horrible. They made a substitution. Don't want to ignore that. Might be important. Now Football Manager forgot again to sort this. Great. Dribbling's low, bravery's low. We are 72 minutes into the match. This is a case of a hard tackle for me. We can risk the free kick here and there. This guy is also in midfield. Pretty much somebody that needs to be marked according to the passing. Problem with the marking is he is a pretty good jumper and pretty strong. He's also somewhat fast. That said, with that off-the-ball movement, well, hopefully we will be able to do that. Does he have a weaker foot? Well, somewhat. Closing him down... I mean, I guess the technicals are okay. The mentals are very lackluster from that perspective. So we can also try to press him. I do not think we did that on the other midfielders, though. So let's keep it as it is. Maybe Diego can get a hat-trick. Wouldn't that be an idea? Chuchu didn't work this time. Ishak, is this offside? It isn't. Baru is all on his own down back there. Oh! The ball bounces around in the penalty area, but nobody can get the goal from it. Mochamil Kilin's on the pitch now. Playing a patient passing game, which is fine. Carrier. Don't lose the ball, Carrier. That's not all the way back to the keeper, but it is fine. And apparently Abdullah lost the ball subsequently. Or something. Standard combination Chuchu Mazrin. Mazrin's pretty slow at this point. Sophie with the cross. And Razak needs to intercept. He did lose one of these today, so... Apparently he doesn't want to concede a second goal on his behalf. That's claimed by the keeper, sadly. So, I think we might substitute Sophie, but there's not really anyone on the bench that can do that. So we'll just hold on to it. But there's 10 minutes to go. Match is going alright. We will bring on Harsi. We will also bring on Dicky or Marcin. Both of these players are somewhat vital to our approach, in particular for the next match. And I will go defensive here whilst keeping it like this. So we're still doing pretty much the same, just with more focus on defense. That worked pretty well last time, so why not do it this time? And they are used to defensive mentality overall. So it never was about going to a low block. That would play to their strengths. I don't want to do that. Because their passing and the pace and so on is dangerous enough. 5 minutes went by. We'll waste time a little bit more. This is exactly what it looks like. At this point, I'm confident enough to say that we will probably get this one over the finish line. Ishak with another cross. He doesn't care about the instruction to play a patient game that is risk-free. Apparently Ishak wants to make an impact. He crosses a lot for some reason. Probably because he's instructed to. But still, that's pretty impressive. Saints lost 3-0 to Sambilan. Wow. That is good for us, but also bad for us. They should have lost to somebody way lower in the league, maybe. It's another penalty! Well, that'll probably be taken by Diego. No, Baru is on the pitch. Baru will take it. Now Baru is your chance to score a fourth. Come on, man. Put it in. He didn't. And neither did he put in the shot that bounced back. Is this prohibited? Not sure. Well, he failed to capitalize on the penalty. That said, doesn't matter luckily, so we are okay with this. Baru's performance rating will probably be pretty bad though. Yeah, 6.0. Okay, happy with the performance overall, right? That's fine. What else is going on here? Well, we should probably talk to Baru about that penalty. Or not. Let's just leave it as it is. Anyone in particular that needs emphasis? I guess the combination Diego-Thomas worked pretty well. And also Saidil had a really good performance. That was unexpected, really. But I'm happy with it nonetheless. So I don't know whom to blame here for this or that. Overall, they pretty much all did pretty well. Abdullah and Carrier, they were on a 6.8 rating for most of the match, I think. So this is as good as it gets, I guess, for central defenders. If they do not provide assists or something, which is just not a regular thing. 43 points and Melaka are the ones right on our heels now. Forget about Saints and KL Rovers. Melaka is to blame if this goes badly. Really. Melaka, Saints and KL Rovers, everybody on 36 points now. Luckily the goal differences went down though. Melaka got 1 point. Saints lost to Sembilan, who are at 33 points now. YPM and KL Rovers drew. So are we getting more confident? Points-wise, yes. But the schedule says we have one very important match against Bukit Tambun coming up that just needs to be won. And then we will face the direct opposition. So we need to be as prepared as we can in these next matches. Getting them just converted it into 3 points, I guess, is the way I'm going for. We really need to get this. And there's a save. So obviously I will do this. Alrighty. So, Diego scored twice. Probably that would be the occasion to praise him, right? On the goal scoring. Good job. Accidentally being there and holding your head to the ball and stuff. And the second one was the penalty, so it's not like he did much, but still happy with it. 43 points. There is a 7-point difference here plus the goal difference. We still have 7 matches to play though. We're getting into the territory where it gets close enough to make predictions, I think. It's a bit too early, but a 7-point difference with 7 matches to be played translates to whatever team challenges us need to be 1 point better per match on the last 7 matches. So that amounts to a pretty hefty thing they need to do. Also, well, they still have the opportunity to get this. In particular, KL Rovers and Saints, as they play us. So they have the big matches coming up if they want to challenge for promotion. There's also an argument to be made for being promoted in second spot, maybe. There's a bunch of teams here, and we are... If it comes to the situation where it is decided by goal difference, chances are we will go up by goal difference. But I'd rather not rely on that. So if we get the next match, though, they will look pretty bad. And then we do not care much about who goes up with us. I guess we could care about it a bit. We do not want KL Rovers or Sembilan up there again. YPM on the other hand, I don't know if we want them up there, so whoever it is. Fitness coaching ad. I think we do not have a spot for a fitness coach anymore, do we? We might have written an ad for that, but I forgot about it. Staff. No coaches available. We do have a slot for a performance analyst there. And a recruitment analyst. So that's a thing. Also, the maximum fitness coaching is 5. That's not impressive. This one's free. Mentals are a bit better, but really off too. Wow. I want to look into one particular stat in the last match. We had 11 fouls, same as them. What's the aggregate for teams in the league? Can we find this somewhere? Probably in stats. Don't really care about that. That would be team detailed, right? Probably on the defensive side. So we conceded way less than everyone else. I'm still unhappy with the amount we conceded for some weird reason. But overall, that's pretty good. Bukit Tambun conceded 52 goals. Yeah, it'll be fun. Expected goals against them are also pretty high. But I'm looking for fouls made. Look at that. We had 242 fouls overall. Tackling percentage is not that high. In fact, our tackles-won ratio is pretty low. So, shall we try to dial it back a little bit? Taking off the hard tackling, maybe? We do not win possession that much. We have, well, the very low amount of clearances, that goes down to not being needed, right? Also, incapability of the defenders. Interceptions, we are okay-ish. We conceded 2 penalties, apparently. And there is barely a shot against us. So in particular with the low-grade chances, I think we do not give that many. And a bunch of them do not even seem to be on target. Seems like we are busy. There's not that many passes attempted against us, that's good too. Not that many passes are completed against us. Opposition passes per defensive action. The opposing team seems to have a lot of passes in comparison to the rest of the league against us, but it hardly matters as long as we do not concede much, right? That's pretty good too. I like that. We lost the least headers in the entire league. Per game as well as overall, usually. Sure, that's not bad. Average attendance is not that bad for us in comparison to the rest of the league. There is a slight difference though with the total amount. But I guess this is pretty good. Average attendance by capacity. 0. Wow. And Bungaraya even sold their stadium out once. What? They probably have a stadium of 600 people. And facilities. 650! 50 of them are seated. So they sold it out at once, for some reason, yes. Okay. Enough enjoying the victory, I think. Let's go. Oh, we should have a look. Do some of our players need playing time? Yes, they do. So we will give them playing time against Sarawak with the under-21s. Hopefully that helps. This is exactly what I'm going for, but I think this menu is not really useful. I didn't do that. Did I set it up like this? I don't want that. Staff, responsibilities. Matches. Yep, I do not want that. I'd rather be reminded of it. And there is a reason for it. Sometimes it sets players to be available until fit that are needed in the next match that might be played 2 days later. So I really do not want that. That said, all of these players are on the light match load. None of them played recently. We can give them all 90 minutes in the next match. That's the under-21s though. So next match only, right? Okay. Light load on both of these. I think Harsey can play for maybe 60 minutes. With the under-21s though. Zulkifli is on the light match load too. I'd rather give him 45 just due to the fact that he's prone to injury. Killeen needs playing time too. It says medium match load here, but well, if I want to play him next time out, he needs a little bit more time on the pitch. Say, let's give him 45. He did play last time out, but it hardly matters. Dicky could use some let's be honest, it's unlikely that any of these starts. Safri doesn't really need it, but Dickey and Ishak will probably not play from the start next time out. So, for the next match, I think we can probably give them both 60 minutes. Well, Ishak's in the team anyway, so he might play there. Anyone else that needs sharpness? The goalkeeper, I guess. Yeah, but the other one is available for 90 minutes. That said, Aris should also be made available for them. Okay. This also earns money, by the way. So a mere 600 euros or something, but it's something. To summarize the broad feel, you are doing an unbelievable job and are clearly the right manager for the job. They want to extend my contract. Shall we? Do we want to stay here, given that we will maybe get promoted? Well, usually I'm the one to be loyal to a club, so might as well go that way, right? Can we believe it's important to stay on good terms with you? Thank you very much. The reputation of the club might just improve a little bit next time. Bukit Tambun. Well, same as last time, really. Route 1 style is dangerous. And they do have the player material to make it work. So we gotta be careful not to run into difficulties there. We also probably should scout him again. I think it makes sense. I'm not really happy with this report. It's in progress, okay. There's no match here? In 2 weeks there's no match. So we can do a Sarawak friendly here on Friday or on Sunday. That's Friday the 6th of September or Sunday the 8th. Have a look at the schedule. Yep. Given that there's a friendly here by the under 19s, I think we'll slot it in here. If they accept. And afterwards we will play Kelatan. Well, it'll be fun. Still, if we manage to get a result here, and the result means a win, it's 5 matches to go? 5 matches to go. Until the end of the season. That's not that much anymore, is it? That all is good. Under 19s had a draw with Sarawak. Yep. Well, for various degrees of fun. financially speaking, everything's going well too. It's more or less even in most of the months. With the exception of, well, the impact of the Sarawak friendlies. But overall, we have the money now. So this wage budget will drop by half pretty soon. So I'm hoping for a reduction in wage budget actually. But being offered the option to offer real contracts. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games. And we are up by 7 points. So 6 games is 18. We are up by 7 points. So we need 11 points. Well, strictly speaking, 10 points needed if the goal difference doesn't come down. But is that correct? Does that make sense? Also, it might, well, we play the others. So it might be even less if we manage to pull off a win there. But I'm still nervous about the entire affair. We need to get it over the finish line now. With a lot of concentration. And sadly, my players can't hear me. So we need to make sure we do our best here. Yep, correct. I'm stupid. Thank you very much. Of course, it's 12. So we need 4 wins. That's it. Might be even less though. We need 4 wins max. In 6 matches. I wouldn't really say it's dramatic if we get a draw. In particular against Saints or whatever the other team was. Second physio got allowed. Great. It definitely is possible. Let's get the assessment by the viewership here. What's your assessment in percent? Chances to get promoted now. I think I vaguely recall what it was yesterday. So what do you think now that we won this match? Did it change? That is our new contract. A new 1-year contract for 240 euros a week. Well, that's alright. I'm fine with this. They will also raise my wage if we get promoted, and drop it if we get relegated. I don't really care about this. They want us to repair the club's financial damage at the end of the 25 season. What the fuck? Well, that is probably done by now. So I want 250 though. That shouldn't be much of a problem. Reduce the compensation a little bit down to 10%. Get that down. I don't really... Do I need a wage raise? I guess. And if we win the cup, I get 550 euros. I do not really need this, do I? Thank you very much. But I'm not concerned with this. I'm more concerned with being fired already. So I'm willing to have 275 and this. Okay, they say 240. I guess I want 250 at least. That's fine. I signed a new deal here. Yep, correct. Omar is coming in to sign for us as a performance analyst. Is this one of the occasions where you want to rename the guy? He has a contract for a year. So there will be a second performance analyst now. Hopefully that helps a little bit with the scouting and all. Give us a recommended signing, please. I'm really excited by this. Really glad to be here. Well, the assistant manager is taken, sorry. That said, Chris Kringle is responsible for the youth development, and I'm really interested in what he brings in this season. This drawer is an everlasting supply of chocolate for some reason. The preview against Bukit Tambun. Did it come in just yet? I think a report came in. Oh, youth players. I don't know. Let's have a look. This is the preview you are talking about, right? So it doesn't really show all of it, but you're probably not interested in the bunch back here. I will read it to you. Or, give me a second. Where is it? No, that's the wrong one. This. That should help a little bit. For now. Barely. This is center backs, by the way, if you can't read it here. So, yeah. Goalkeepers, strikers, wingbacks are okay. But this might just be a poacher. Wingbacks also not that interesting. A good goalkeeper, though, that's needed. Alright. Kaline's concerns didn't change much. I wanted to eat chocolate. This is a typical gamer's thing. You want to do something and then you forget about it because the game is more important. Seems to happen to me all too much. Still, youth intake is pretty important for us. Even if it's 1-star material. Like, players like Ishak are important for us. So, given that you're both around right now, I also wanted to ask something. How's your time today? I realize it's Thursday. I will probably do some cooking later, so I need to wrap up the stream, say, after this match. Just because I need food. And I do not want to go on a half-hour or a 1-hour break whilst leaving the stream running. That doesn't make sense. But I might be inclined to do yet another stream later on, in case you're interested. That said, if you have other stuff to do, maybe I will just skip to tomorrow. So, if you have preferences, let me know. Streaming is not all there is in the world, after all. So I did swim pretty well. Well, first of all, though, we gotta make sure we win this match against Bukit Tambun. That's top priority now. And we will live this match to Chair Nullet, obviously. Hopefully nobody hurts themselves. Also, all of this processing will probably take some time, so I guess that's the opportunity to play one of these horrible things. After reading this message. They don't want a new contract anyway. Go away. BRB. Okay, so the scouting report just came back. They are very good at taking their chances, and they have a goalkeeper that apparently is good with one-on-ones. His name is Zulkifli. Also, one-on-ones are 6 on him, so don't know what's going on there. Might be about the others. Very good free kick takers. Well, it's not him, that's for sure. He's not much better. Reach 6. Well, there must be somebody somewhere that can take a free kick in here. He has free kick taking 6 to 9. I guess that counts. He's also 39 years old and still has pace 12. Also, look at that fucking corner taking. 15 to 17. Holy shit. This is... insert another 20 swear words here. That's pretty dangerous. And they are effective from through balls. Well, that's just the concept though. They play Route 1 style. So, they need to be effective from through balls. I would argue 9 out of 29 assists in the last 20 matches have come in that manner. That's not that effective, actually. They do not have strength, collectively. There is a lack of determination. They are not good defending set pieces. That might tie in with the strength. And they do create poor chances from set pieces. For some weird reason. I guess all of this goes with the strength. Again though, we barely have any knowledge of some of these players. Why? Because he's with Bukit Tambun under 21s. This is a way to hide your players from us, I think. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really care. So set pieces are definitely a way to challenge them, I think. Dribbling is pretty bad, strength is pretty bad overall, acceleration isn't great, they don't have good jumping, composure's pretty low. This all screams hard tackle, doesn't it? So maybe we will tackle them a bit harder collectively. Where's the dribbling though? Not in here. So if I didn't oversee it, or overlook it, I think the dribble might still be okay, but the rest of it seems like they do not like to be challenged physically. So I guess the question is, can we capitalize on that? So focus on taking free kicks, focus on taking corners, I think. Still focusing on set pieces, which we do anyway. I guess we'll leave the hard tackles off in general, but we will instruct our players to go about their business in a reasonably hard manner anyway, individually against the opponents, depending on how they are. I think that makes sense to be more specific with it and not with a broader hard tackle approach. We do commit too many fouls otherwise, and that needs to go down. It is a risk overall if we want to control the matches, and we do. At this point, we are in the business of de-risking, actually. If we get a draw here and there, that's not enough to get us over the finish line. But on the other hand, we are talking about the entirety, well, one of them, one of the remainder of the league, closing the gap of 7 points. So they need a win every single time. That is also pretty unlikely. It's not impossible just yet, if we start to lose all of a sudden, but a point is pretty okay still. Not against this team though. We need a win here. But for example, if we get a point against Saints, I will not complain. Who cares? That'll be fine. We should defend corners. Well, they have a pretty good corner taker. So I think that makes sense. Yep. I agree with that. Not so sure about the transition phase. But I barely do that. So let's try to focus on the transition phase. If the assistant manager says so, why not? Probably somebody else who does. We don't know. Yes, it's sure not. Alright. So, we'll focus on that. There's also something that I wanted to bring to your attention. No, it isn't. It doesn't exist anymore. There was something. This included a negative that the personalities are very different throughout the club recently, once we integrated somebody here. I think it's pretty interesting how this works. As long as the social groups are separated, the players are happy, somewhat. But if the social groups merge, that's obviously better for squad mentality overall, because, well, they are of a similar mind, if that makes sense. But also, once the merger occurs, club atmosphere will have a drop, because there's a new storming phase in getting the people together. So I think this is a pretty nice model, actually, for team building. That makes sense. And once the either the secondary social group joins this or the others, and we know who's in here. One of them is Dicky, obviously, because he doesn't fit the rest of the squad. But I would argue the rest of the squad should be more like Dicky and not the other way around, from a personality perspective. Well, I guess the media friendly can go away. Still, he's a pretty good role model for the remainder of them, or he would be. And the other one is Abdullah. He's new to the club, so that makes sense. Saleh and Atan, I don't know about being friends, these two. But they have been with the club for a similar amount of time, and that's just the rest. But most of these are just balanced. There might be some determination in there, but in general, all of these are balanced. So, if we have a look at the club info, it says fairly ambitious here. Interesting to know. I wouldn't have guessed. Apparently there's some ambition in here, for whatever reason. That said, that'll probably leave with Thomas and Ankun and probably Carrier, if we cannot keep him here on non-contracts. Or we might just get promoted and get them a professional contract, but then again the financial circumstances will change drastically. We might need a whole new starting 11 at this point. Hell, we might even play our striker in midfield. If we find somebody that's actually capable of doing his job. Streaming is funny. You just throw your thoughts out all the time. I hope that this doesn't train me for the rest of my life. So that I tend to communicate whatever I think all the time. Probably not good. By the way, speaking of streaming, how is it going, Journalot? Did you set it up just yet? So Bukit Tambun lost the last two. Probably look at their schedule. 1-4 and 1-3. They are pretty prone to conceding. Look at that. Who was that? That happened, yes. Last time we devastated them with a 2-7. The 2 goals conceded. Well, one was a penalty. And the other one was in minute 90 plus 1, so whatever. How did we do that last time? We might want to get a repetition of that. Taib played. Baru, Harsi. That's interesting. Didn't expect that. I think we'll do it in a slightly different manner. I want to watch the goals for a second, in case that's okay with you. I do not think we can detect all of it from this, but maybe we can have a look at how the goals were created. We scored 7 after all. So the first one was a penalty. No idea how it happened, but I guess somebody did that. Same on the other side with Baru. This is a big stadium. Arsi did take the corner here. And Carrier just nodded that one in. So that, as well as the goal by Ankun here. Nope, not the goal by Ankun, but a long shot by Ankun. These were created after set pieces. As was this one by Harsi afterwards. We saw a lot of long shots here, or shots from the half spaces. I think that's something that's worth exploiting, maybe. Also, the physical stuff goes a long way. This was Sophie just winning the physical duel. There, Dicky and Harsi exchanged passes. Dicky had the cross, Baru had the header. That speaks for Atan, actually, not for Baru. Because he's taller and I think a little bit stronger, I'm not sure. That was a nice long shot by Diego. Zulkifli had a really horrible match. We did actually concede one here, though. Who was that? Carrier. That was Carrier's mistaken defense in minute 90. Well, in minute 91. So I guess if we want to focus on it like this, we can see the weaknesses of the team in what we did to them. This might also be a little bit of a circular arguing, though. It's a tautology, because we did that to them at that point, and statistically speaking, this is now part of it. So we might have shaped that statistic. 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 We doesn't really go away from that, but on the other hand, there's the question if there will be a repetition of it. We are definitely going for it though. And not conceding these 2 goals. The first of them was a penalty, so just don't let them go into your own penalty area. We're going for that anyway, with a positive mentality. And the second one was a counter-attack. That's a freak accident that always happens. Given that they play Route 1 football, it's always a concern. So the only way we can counter that is by shutting up shop with a low block. And I do not think I want to play a low block against this team. That is... we're not that strong defensively. It's not what we're going for in general. If we didn't play wingers or inverted wingers, but rather some sort of defensive winger setup or a wide midfielder setup, that would make more sense. But the way we are doing things, it doesn't. At least, that's my general train of thought here. The recent performances should have a positive impact on training overall. And they do. Well, what we can clearly see here, though, is that most of them reach the limit of what they can achieve in this league, I think. That's not to say it's bad. But, for example, in Carrier's case, Carrier is considered to be a leading player for League 4. He's very consistent, he's 23. There's the opportunity that he turns 25 at some point. There's the opportunity that there's a few more experience points to be spent here, up until he reaches his potential. But he's never the one central defender, sadly. He's good enough to play with this team, but not to lead the team. That's a bit sad. He trains really well. It just doesn't show so far. Baru, on the other hand, well, he's the same age, but I think Baru developed a little bit. Somewhat. It's not fantastic just yet, but on the other hand, it's not our major concern. He will not remain with us for an extended period. If I can make it happen, though, after, for example, getting promoted, that would be an idea. Mazarin, similar. He's not really that great, but he's good for our league. And there's a bunch of other players here, obviously, that go a similar way. He's on a 9.2 training rating now. Where does this come from? I guess it makes sense to leave him in the senior squad on the bench for now. Praise Flacour here. Please, not so much. I guess Ritzal did fine. Yeah, he did well. That's okay. We'll have that. And then we'll see if we can get those 3 points and push the door towards promotion way wide open. They are dead last in the league. We gotta get this. It's also 12 points, you said, Mies, right? So if we get 3 here, that makes it 9. And these 9 points are strictly speaking, I don't think all of the 9 are needed, as long as we get them against the correct teams. Given that we play direct opposition pretty soon. Yeah. Anything on the top of your heads? Any ideas? Any questions? Any comments? How is your assistant of the manager? Is it A+ too? Don't you dare say otherwise. Okay, that's not much. Well, let's just hope we get a result here. I think given the performance in the last match, there's barely a reason to change anything. We might have a look at the physical impact of the players, but otherwise I think it's okay. Did we play anyone that is a bad tackler? Don't think so. In fact, the other way around. There is an argument to be made for Killeen being in the starting 11. But Ankun plays really well so far. So I'm kind of torn on that. Players available for the under-19s match. I do not think we need to make them available. That said, we might as well. None of these will be part of the squad, I think. I'm pretty happy with what we had last time. So we can make them available for the next match for 90 minutes, why not? And it is probably very similar with all of these, to be honest. All of them are on the light load, with the exception of Killeen, maybe. We should play him in the under-19s. On the other hand, if we keep it like this, yeah, forget about it, he will recover. It's the same color, that's weird. So they all can have 90 minutes there too. I don't think that's a big issue. If one of them... Well, maybe we'll give him 45 instead. Don't want to hurt him. And we just need to retain sharpness on him. There's also this issue, but he's pretty sharp. I was going for, there's also this issue with his susceptibility to injury, but he's pretty sharp, so I think injury is not a big concern right now. Talking about injury, we do not have the additional physio yet. There is an ad though. And I really want a sports scientist. Can you please grant one? Also, additional coaches are always needed. Also for the under-21s, why not? And also for the under-19s. Or not. We do not need a third performance analyst. We need a set-piece coach though. Coaching's pretty good these days. Overall. We are well prepared for League 1 from that perspective. For now. I'm also really interested in seeing a difference in development. Because our facilities are more or less fine, if I recall correctly. It's just about not training that much. Oh no, Casagrande has 3 months left in his contract. I think Casagrande will retire, if I recall correctly. At the ripe age of 38. 8.5 or something. Well, this seems to take some time. There we go. We will delay all of these decisions, yes. Because, well, there's nothing else to be done here. I would want to give him a non-contract, I think. But they are interested in renewing. They are not interested as long as we cannot give them other conditions. And all of this needs to be done at some point. My biggest concern here is maybe the quality of the staff is not good enough for the first league. Let me guess, no sports scientist, also no set piece coach. The number of coaches in general, though, for under 21s, that got an increase. So we will go there, we will go to staff, and we will add an ad for an under 21s coach. Their coaching is pretty lackluster. Which is weird because I think the senior coaches are at work there too. Probably the change of the month or something. I will press that button. There's a match coming up anyway. So Naga UKS play Malacca. That is a must-win for Malacca, and sadly I think they will get that. It's unlikely that Naga UKS will get a win from that, but whatever. It's not like we can change it. PIB and Sembilan. PIB are always there for the odd surprise, I think. In Saints and YPM, this is a pretty important match. Because from my perspective, this is two direct opponents. Well, YPM are 10 points below us. So I guess we can argue YPM might as well win this. But on the other hand, a draw would be fine too. We would not be happy with a draw. I think we need a win here against Bukit Tambun. This is as easy as it gets, at least on paper. So, do we change anything here? Yes. In general, the get stuck in goes away. The rest of it is probably alright. We will need to have a look at the opposition now there. So, not really a change in the way we set up the game plan either. It says we should regroup after losing possession, due to cautious approach and stuff. We should reduce the supporting duties due to, well, cautious mentality. But general, it seems to be pretty defensive on this. So I will probably not follow through with this. Opposition report. They are in pretty bad morale, which is good. That said, the striker department seems to be okay performance-wise. It's just a rest. So let's start with the goalkeeper. This goalkeeper has somewhat borderline reasonable kicking and throwing. Same with the passing. Wouldn't say it's good. How is the defensive department with the passing? Well, his marking is 4, so that's off to a great start already. Does knock the ball past the opponent. His dribbling is 1, 2, 3. This is one to trigger the press on, I think. His bravery is low. His strength is somewhat low. Dribbling is pretty low. I do not think I want to take a hard tackle here. It might be possible, but it might be overdoing it. Don't want to give away the free kick. This Aziz guy, pretty decent free kicks for a central defender. Jumping reach is horrible. Same as his. And his. And his. So the argument can be made that for this match we should probably float crosses. Not a big fan of that, but it is a thing. Let's go back to the central defenders. Positioning's pretty good. Tackling's somewhat low. They might give away a penalty here and there. His is a bit better. Positioning is a bit off though. I'm not saying this is a horrible defender, but it's not fantastic either. I do have a hard time imagining us marking them throughout the entirety of the game, but the problem is their passing on both of them is pretty okay. The vision is a bit low. First touch is a bit low, but this is a case of a tight mark for me. Maybe Diego can do that. His name is Shakimar. So maybe Diego can actually mark Shakimar. Might also be his father's name. I'm not that aware of the naming policy over there in Malaysia. Or family name or something. In his case, so we'd rather for them to play through him, but I would prefer fullbacks actually. So no marking these two, I think. He has good off the ball movement anyway, and he's not that bad either. Closing him down, I don't know. First touch seems okay. Same here. What we can do on both of these is probably show them to the weaker foot. So that'll push him to the inside. I also realized in the recent matches, we usually try to avoid the crosses, right? We try to stop them. And this team is no exception, I think. So get down out there, close them down. Already at the next game, Mies, yes. Also welcome back. And afterwards I will probably go for food. So, say, another half an hour maybe, or an hour, including, well, the match. And then I will try to cook something in the kitchen and probably deal with whatever's in there first. I do too. The problem is our expectations are not really what drives the players. Dribbling's pretty low on him, with a 6. Bravery and strength are damn low. I'm willing to risk a free kick here and there, I think, on him. Hard tackles might just work. How old is this guy? 24. Does he have injury history? A tight groin. That doesn't really count. So, not much, sadly. Otherwise, bad first touch. I mentioned the bravery. I think closing him down in general. Not a bad idea. It's a winger after all. Well, he will be an inverted winger for us if we can help it, will he not? Yeah. Let's show him to the left. He has 3 points of passing and the vision is not that impressive either. Amran. This guy has no passing whatsoever. Vision's pretty good though. Dribbling is pretty low, bravery is pretty low, strength is pretty low, no composure. That said, he has a good first touch. So we will just tackle him hard. There is the reasonable assumption to be made that marking him tightly might mark somebody with good vision out of the game and somebody that's able to receive the ball. Not necessarily somebody that knows what to do with it. On the other hand, he's a good long shot. So marking him is not the worst idea. This Itzal guy, on the other hand, his long shots are worse. I have no idea about him in general, though. He's listed for transfer, let's put it that way. So chances are his first touch is okay. Chances are his vision is okay. His tackling is pretty low. How is his? His tackling is 7 only. That's not horrible, but it's not great either. In general, they seem to be not that defensively minded for a team that plays the Route 1 style. Not in midfield anyway. So seen from that perspective, we can probably pass the ball in an appropriate manner. There's also positioning is pretty low. Don't know about his. His positioning is 5 to 8. That's not horrible, but not great. And his is 1 to 3. So we need to take the game to them, I think. Any diverging opinions so far? Passing's pretty bad. But the crossing is somewhat threatening. First touch is pretty high. Bravery is somewhat okay. Dribbling is pretty low. Mediocre. It's really about the strength that is pretty low. I think I want to... Yeah, I realized. I keep talking to you guys and nobody answers, so I guess I got that. Well, thank you very much for watching anyway. This guy's dribbling's pretty good. Yeah, well, me too. But it's only about getting food, really. So I will take a break later. But we'll probably come back in the evening if I have the time to spare, which is very likely. On the other hand, if both of you have stuff to do, I can really just continue streaming tomorrow. It doesn't need to be forced down your throat, you know. I do a lot of streaming anyway these days, given that I'm on vacation. So I asked you about it previously. Both of you, actually. But, well, nobody did answer. I'm not sure what to do about this. His dribbling is okay-ish. I see. That is very good to know. So, yeah. Okay. So, I can maybe target that for remaining the stream. But I will go through this match first. That gives me a 2-hour break, if I see that correctly, more or less. That would be a good idea. I can also rest my eyes a little bit. Staring at the screen for like 8 hours straight is pretty tiresome. That seems more important, though. Very important. Very, very important. I think I possess like 2 pairs of shoes, maybe 4. So I never quite understood that. On the other hand, let's just say there is one in this apartment too. And it's not on the big side though. IKEA. Not affiliated with them in any way, just using their products like every other German probably does. Passing slow, vision slow, dribbling is lackluster. I think normal tackles on him. In general. And he has somewhat low composure, same as him. Don't really think there's much to be done about it. We didn't really come up with an instruction for the goalkeeper. And I'm not sure if one's needed. Yeah, it's fine, man. I didn't want you... I have no idea about goalkeepers either. Like, in case it came across like this, I didn't want you to state all of what you do for the remainder of the day, because I do not have the right to know that. That makes sense. It's just I'm trying to adhere to the schedule to those that are actually interested in my content. So this is why I asked. So starting at 9 is fine for me. And whatever that is in American slash German Nullet time. So in 3 hours, approximately. That's it. First of all, we go into this match and we get 3 points. Preferably scoring yet another time 7 goals. And not conceding any. So let's get that shit rolling. This all is good. I still think this needs to be controlled for at some point. The pressing. Maybe pressing that much isn't good. For this tactic though, it is appropriate. Alright, they have a sulky flea on the pitch. The one in the goal. We're 4th in the recent standings. What happened? This is a home match against number 14 in the league. If we do increase the pressure, it's in this match. I do not expect anything but a win today. They are inspired, somewhat. No easing the pressure, no increasing it any further though. I did the team talk, let's not overdo it. Give him some inspiration if we can, make him happy, get stuff going. Yeah, we did lose recently, did we? Home team F10, great. Good tooltip. Thank you very much. To whom did we lose? Oh, I think I recall. Well, anyway. In this stream, we did win. By 3 goals, I might add. So we will repeat that performance now. Or do an even better one, given Atan's dribble. That was a nice cross. And if this is the quality of passing we expect of them, I can certainly see us win this match. Do I demand more from the start here? Carrier, Sophie... They have a bunch of men behind the ball. Saints are up against YPM. That is sad. I wanted it the other way. Ankun, Chuchu, Sophie. Sophie for Atan. First cross of the day. Wasn't really a good one. Well, the cross was fine. Atan's finish wasn't. Oof, low grade chance at best. This, though... This is pretty dangerous. They have a good corner taker, and nobody even reacted. Did I see that correctly? It's a draw against again with Saints and the other team. Who was it? YPM. Hussein. Carrier. Abdullah. Sophie. Sophie dribbles. Decent short pass by Matherin. Matherin with a cross. That is a low cross, guys. What are you doing? It clearly says floated crosses here. They don't care. To be fair, low crosses might work in these circumstances. Looked like this twice now. Well done, Thomas. Well done, Thomas, with the floated cross. Atan's heading was not good enough. And I'm not happy with the performance overall. Rodin, though, is on a yellow. I demand more. Motivation or not. Mazrin. That's not a corner. It's a free kick. Oh, so close. Another free kick. Wow. That hit the goal frame. Well done, Atan. Ankun again. Courier. Courier for Atan. What will it be? A floated cross? That ends up with the keeper, sadly. Sophie. It's on a yellow card now. Shit. Oh, I didn't change the substitutes. No, 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 don't do that. I do not have a replacement on the bench for him. Damn it! So we need for him to ease off tackles. Take fewer risks anyway. With his passing. Vision and passing are okay, but I think it's better to retain possession in his case. We didn't really create much so far. That might change now though. I will also happily take a goal after a counter-attack in case Masrin wants to create one. Guts inside. What's going on here? Yet another cross. Atan with the header. There seems to be a repeated pattern with these. And to be fair, challenging Rodin all the time to go into these defensive duels. That is a viable idea. Look at that! Yet another one. And YPM up by a goal. That's good. Thomas saw that one coming. We do have the better chances, but it's certainly not by 7 goals this time. So they are vastly improved in comparison to last time. Atan finds space there. Oh, that's dangerous. Carrier. Ankun. Ankun's ball is not bad. Choo-choo? It is bad. Well, maybe Choo-choo just mistimed his run. Zulkifli rode in. That was pretty close. Mazrin, Carrier, Sophie. Forced into an interesting run. Ankun, decent passing. Abdullah again. Ankun, Sophie. Choo-choo. Choo-choo's pass towards Diego seemed okay, but was intercepted sadly. Itzal, Azar, Nick Aziz rode in again. Itzal. Can we get the ball from these? Shakimar. Apparently we were close to getting the ball. This is dangerous. 2 men in the middle unmarked. Wasn't really a big chance. Wasn't really a bad one either. Is this still on short kicks? No, it is on roll it out. Okay, so apparently this is rolling the ball out. Good pass. 3 players out wide now. They close down a lot. Well done, Sophie. Just intercepted it. Oh, not a bad shot by Diego. I thought it was the wrong decision, but it looked pretty threatening at second glance. Could have gone much better. Well intercepted by Mazrin. That's not good though. Artan's there. Artan claims the ball. Artan plays a reasonable pass. Wasn't really great, but whatever. Hussein, Ankun. Back to Artan. He has two options. He chooses the defensive one. Ankun. Well, it's not choo-choo just yet, and also it is offside. Oh, that's been disallowed. So close. Carrier's apprehensive, so I guess we increased the pressure too much, and now we will go with encouragement instead. Sophie, good pass. And it's offside again. They're not bad with this. And to be fair, we do create a little bit more chances. The quality is a bit lackluster so far. Mazrin, choo-choo. On his weaker foot. That wouldn't have been the first time, but certainly not the reliable way to create chances. That is dangerous. Rodin. Okay. Well, it was something. Ideal, Carrier, playing from the back. Hopefully that helps a little bit. We've seen Carrier, Ankun. That was an interesting pass. It did open up space. If Artan skips past his man, which he does, doesn't really run that fast with the ball, sadly. Artan's cross that got intercepted. And now we might just face a counter-attack. Or not. Rodin, we might just face a counter-attack. Could you please get this man away from the ball? Diego. Can he find a good pass? A long one, preferably. That's not bad. Mazrin, choo-choo, not offside this time. Choo-choo does not cut inside. Sophie! Of all the people. We did have the better chances. Ankun. Intercepted by Artan immediately. That's good. Diego's pass for Mod Hussein isn't bad either. Will he get a cross in? He will. Artan's header. And that's another corner. We do not have a chance to head it behind. We should work the ball into the box, it says. Most of the shots are not on target. Okay. I'll follow Geronolid on this. Maybe the quality of the chances needs to be improved. That ends with Mazrin. Not bad. Choo-choo! Hits the goal frame! Oh! 10 shots. 11. We do try to work the ball into the box now. Abdullah should be able to play a good pass. Mazrin's pass was damn dangerous, but it worked. Thomas, that's bad. Diego on the wing. That's not exactly how it is intended to work, but whatever. Yet another throw-in. Nothing. Nothing. According to expected goals, it is very likely that we are in the lead, but, well, very likely doesn't pay the bill. And I think they seem to lack some confidence here for some reason. So I will try to inspire some confidence here. I don't know where this is coming from. Apparently we have something to lose all of a sudden. Most of them seem to be motivated and inspired now. We got the ball back pretty much immediately from the kickoff. There's also one positive going for us here. This is a team playing in yellow and black, so obviously it must be easy to score against them. Anku missed the opportunity to go for the pass here. Diego! If only he had better heading. Well done. Ankun, Diego, that's not offside. Carrier with a long ball that ends up with Diego. Well, what did I expect? Let's encourage them prior to the team talk running out. Ankun's ball for Diego is fine. That's yet another long shot. Please tell me this is not one of these matches in the end. Offside? No offside. Artan. I think we can play a bit wider. On top of all of this. Seems like they are pretty narrow most of the time. So let's play a bit wider and hope that we can create a little bit more. Mod Hussein also is not involved much in the attacking. Mazrin, Carrier, denied by the keeper. Ah! This keeper has his best day ever. He had his worst in the last time we played him. Thomas, wide across in this situation. There was such a good opportunity to pass the ball. That just ends up with Ankun. I will put Mod Hussein on support duty. Want him to push up a little bit. Is this offside? Apparently not. Keeper was out of position. Choo-choo! So many good chances. I will also take off the floated crosses. Vary it a little bit more. The quality of chances is fine. We just don't get it in. Well intercepted, Abdullah. Good pass too. In fact, that's really good. Come on, Artan, run. Hi, welcome back. Choo-choo. Fuck. How do we not hit the back of the net with these? And Naga UKS are up by 2 goals against Melaka. This is fantastic. Served on a silver platter. We just need the win. I will even take it by 1 goal at this point. Shall we bring on another player? Who would that be? Killeen still has 8 points of tackling, so I guess we can play him as a defensive midfielder, maybe. Let's bring on Killeen for Sophie. Taking fewer risks might be a thing. Why not? Why not? He's also somewhat creative, so maybe he can make an impact there. I do not exactly expect him to do that. He's not really familiar with playing a defensive midfielder role, but hopefully that helps. Ishak's nervous, so don't bring him on. Some players here are nervous, actually. So, if nervousness is a thing, don't want to ease the pressure on all of them, so we will go with encouragement instead. Why are they nervous? They really feel the impact of having something to lose, I guess. 18 shots at this point. Only 1.92 expected goals though. That said, the quality of chances did improve since we put on work ball into the box. Nice one. Oh. Saidil's pass was fine. Mod Hussein, Atan. Don't lose the ball, Atan. Wins the ball back. That's good. Good work, sir. Might also be an opportunity for Baru to make an impact. That pass was fine. Going all the way through the middle. That pass was lackluster. Atan. Diego. Holy shit, it's good to have Killeen on the pitch. And that was nothing. We still have 2 substitution windows. Atan Thomas as well as Chuchu. All of them have a decent game. Well, not yet. I'm hoping for it. Maybe one... This is on you. You haven't really closely been watching. So, I blame this on you. It must be really easy to score against this team. They were yellow and black after all. So, it cannot be that hard. Nice tackle by Carrier. Diego. Yeah, the assistant manager is to blame. In fact, the assistant manager helped this time. I think the working ball into the box instruction that he recommended is that does wonders so far. Ankun. Atan again. Ankun. Finally! We waited for this for 65 minutes. That's way overdue. Holy shit. Strong J must think I'm always that enthusiastic about Football Manager. I usually am not. It's just... these matches are really on my nerves recently. It will probably be better going forward. Maybe. No promises. But usually I'm a rather calm person, I think. The league's too easy. Of course, it's not a success by me, the league's too easy. Well, to be fair, you have a point, I think. Still. Happy with the result now. And Ankun scored a goal. Is this time wasting just yet? I mean, we do create so many chances here. Well intercepted by Killeen. Decent pass too. Ankun, Abdullah. They are pretty patient so far. Also, Mothusin Melaka scored, that's not good. Let's not give them the win. Let's not even give them a point. Please, Naga, I root for you. At least for this match. Thomas past 2 men. Gets the ball back to Killeen. Ooh, Killeen didn't take the shot. Mazrin did. It's Melaka behind that Naga, yes. Which is just absurd. So this might be big points for Naga. Given that these guys are prone to losing. Atan, that's offside, isn't it? It isn't! The referee's assistant is weird. Rodin with yet another big tackle. On a yellow. Mod Hussein, Ankun again. Great impact by Mod Hussein. Killeen? Not taking the shot. Killeen taking the shot. Ah! Yeah. Well, hopefully. You are correct. Choo-choo. And Atan. I've had enough of this. Okay, so everything goes according to plan, with the exception of not scoring enough. So let us increase the pressure. I want to emphasize here, I am not unhappy with Atan. Look at that match performance. 8.1. Yes, great. So we'll bring him on, okay? Are you happy now? Hopefully you are. There is a place for Safri in this setup, I think, given that these two are nervous. The problem is, I'm not sure if Safri would do any better. And Abdullah, this is possession-based. Well, Strong J, I think you managed to come around for the really important part of the season. These are the matches against the lower, the rock bottom of the league, and I didn't really expect us to get promoted. So we're fighting about never margins now. You are actually in favor of Zulkifli. That is the day. I think I want to keep Marcin and Chuchu on. I'm not really impressed by their performances just yet, but they carried the match so far. We could do Harsey and Dicky at some point. But we still have one window for additional subs. Let's keep the pressure on. Let's keep this thing moving forward. I want that second goal. Trust me, I thought I might go defensive too, with the exact same setup. Just doing more of the same. Ankun, Carrier, Ankun, Chuchu. Not a shot yet. Well, Killeen. Mr. Mod Jamil Killeen, that was a bit bad. We are way below the expected goals. Please tell me this is not a thing. Get the ball back. Get the ball back. Don't let them cross. They get a corner. They are dangerous after corners. I will go focus. If only for Carrier and Abdullah, but also for the rest. Don't let them be complacent. Hopefully it works. Uninterested after feedback. Rodin. Zulkifli with the defensive header. Rodin again. Diego. They didn't create a chance from this so far. Let's hope it lasts. Amron, Nick Aziz. They push up really high now. That hopefully goes outside. It does. Ooh. We will frequently waste time. It's a really narrow margin here. Ankun with yet another free kick. So close. 10 minutes to go. Alright. Chuchu's overwhelmed by the prompt to concentrate. Ishak's nervous, but even worse, Hussein is uninterested. I'll knock him back to defensive duty. I'll bring on Ishak. I know, nervous and all. So we should ease the pressure on that. Don't want to bring on Dicky, really. Mazren's regime here is unparalleled. On the other hand, I think if there's ever an occasion to do this, it's probably now. But we can only sub one of the two. So, Harsey here. Mazren does defensive duty. All of a sudden. We will also dribble less. I don't want to give away the ball. And this can go back to fairly wide, I think. They are more used to it. That way. So, Ishak's nervous. Harsey's nervous. Yeah. So I will do the impossible. I will try to ease the pressure here. Don't let that pressure affect your performance. At least Harsey seems to be relaxed somewhat from that. I guess with our manager attributes, that's all we can get. Did I change to defensive? I didn't. I wanted to though. Don't let that happen. That's dangerous. Hussein with a defensive header. Let's edit this. On top of it. And go... where was it? We go all the way defensive with this now. Isha comes on, as well as Harsey. That went well so far. 9 minutes to go, and we are in defensive setup whilst pressing really high. Okay, okay. Offside. It's not really a case of praising them though. Right now. Saidil takes a long kick for no reason whatsoever. That's intercepted by Ankun. Not bad. Well played by Ankun, really. What the hell, Khalil? Baru wins the header. That ball by Mod Jamil Kilin though. Not sure what was going on there. Well done, Mazrin. Zulkifli, Harsey. We just want to retain possession first and foremost. I'm okay with creating something though. Mazrin doesn't care about being on defend duty. And Baru doesn't achieve the vital header. That's a corner. Helps us keep control of the game. Come on, guys. You can do the second one. Defensive setup or no defensive setup. Also, this is still only 60% possession. It doesn't feel that way. 25 shots. And it's only by 1 goal. If not for Ankun himself. He'll take the corner now. Abdullah. I guess 5 points of heading in action. Please get the ball. Don't let it happen. Ishak. Really? We cannot lose this 1 point. I think I'll go with what we have. We dominated pretty much the entire match. So obviously we can go attacking, and we can risk that last point too. But I think it spills desperation. If we go attacking now and concede yet another one. And I think the remainder of the league, if I'm not mistaken, this really shouldn't influence us much, but the latest scores it is. Saints are down against YPM. Sembilem and PIB are on a 2-2. Naga will defeat Melaka. A draw will not go down as a big point, but it is still a point in comparison to the remainder of the league. So I will not face yet another counter-attack and concede another one. Also, the time wasting is rubbish now. Let that go off. And dribble less can also go off. So, still doing more risk. It does not need... It does not need to risk the draw as a result. I hate to draw this match, don't get me wrong. I also want to go very attacking overall. I just don't think it's viable here. Given the overall situation. Ishak Ankun, that's offside. It's offside. It's offside. Yet another offside goal. Rightfully ruled out. The last time was way tighter. Zulkifli, Mazrin... What the hell? Mazrin again. Mazrin with a cross. That ends up with RC. Oh, Baru at the far post. I can't believe it. We had so many chances. After this match I will probably say trust the process, blah 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 blah. Carrier. Diego. Nice creative pass. RC. Carrier again. RC again. Not going for goal. Abdullah. Ankun. Ishak. That wasn't even a bad pass. The idea was great. Diego, last chance. Pass it out to the right wing, please. He doesn't. Now he does. Last corner of the match. Come on, you can do it! Positive reaction by most of them. Can we score in the last seconds? Can we still get the win? RC, it's well defended though. 27 shots. It's a draw. In absurd fashion we draw. Yeah. Given that expected goals match history, we can argue about the quality of the chances until the cows come home. I'm not a farmer, by the way. But anyway, I learned that this is a thing in English. So... I don't know what I would have done another way. We were really unlucky here. In 10 occasions we would probably win this in 9. Yes, the quality of the chances could be better. I agree with that. That is deserved, thanks Charonallet. Overall though, the performance was pretty impressive. And given the nervousness in the squad, I will not follow Charonallet here. I think we need to keep morale up. Look at the overall nervousness. Everybody has something to lose all of a sudden. So trust the process. We still have a few more matches, and in the end, this specific match day, this goes down as 1.1. As long as we keep the distance or increase it ever so slightly, the count of matches goes down. So, as a result, this is still a positive. In absurd fashion. It might in the end cost us promotion, but is still a positive at this point. YPM won. So we have 4 teams on our heels now, each with 36 points. And the biggest concern is we will now play Saints as well as Melaka. Luckily, Melaka just lost. But the results on other pitches couldn't have gone better for us. This is pretty great. So that's an 8-point difference now and still 5 matches to be played, if I recall correctly. That is pretty... like it's a wide gap, right? Well, in our squad, everybody, it's not like they don't want to. They fear it, it feels. Or you're talking about the other teams. Yeah, well, maybe they don't want to. Maybe they don't want to. We just tossed the point towards Bukit Tambun for some weird reason. Yeah. Feels very similar. Only that there's no St. Pauli in this league to make up for it. I don't want to be devastated by this. I feel like this is still encouraging, looking at the overall performance. And I wouldn't say everything we did worked, but the majority of what we did worked. It's an 8-point difference now. And in any other circumstance, I would argue 8 points, yeah, could be. But could have been, should have been, whatever. There's 5 matches coming on now. Kelatan, I barely remember playing them the first time. This is a professional club, so this will be a hard one. No doubt about that. It's a home match though. KL Rovers, well, KL Rovers just had a draw against YPM. That's something you need to achieve first. On the other hand, look at these results recently. They seem to concede a lot. That happened whilst playing Johor DT in the cup though. So whatever. Yes, yeah. And were you around yesterday when we played Immigration? You were, right? You came in back when we played Immigration. Yeah. So you recall that match. No, somebody getting sent off in minute 19. We still got the win there though. So in hindsight now, for it's kind of absurd, but the match against Immigration went a better way than the match against Bukit Tambun. But that might just be a case of resulting. That's an anti-pattern, right? The decisions that led to this result against Bukit Tambun were all fine. Like, not everything on 100% maybe, but most of it worked just fine. And we did concede after a corner. We were aware that this is a thing. Not anymore. The entire cup situation here in Malaysia is somewhat it's a bit mixed. Let me show you. So where's competitions here? We are part of one cup, the Shopee Piala FA. Well, we got knocked out. Now in our defense, we knocked out Johor DT, which is a pretty big one, and Kuala Lumpur FC, I think. So the other Kuala Lumpur club, I guess there's more than 2 Kuala Lumpur clubs, I don't know, but not KL Rovers. We were knocked out by Sri Pahang FC though in quarterfinal, yes. So it went pretty well. There are other cup competitions in Malaysia, but not for us. And it seems random teams are picked from Liga M3, which is the second league these days. Yeah. And that is a thing that comes up for them. You probably noticed that right now. That's why you asked, right? Not these though. But the direct opponents, where are they? KL Rovers, for example, they will still play the Challenge Cup for some reason. Don't even know what that is. Seems there's 8 teams in here. Don't know. Does this get money? It brings money, 11k, if you win it. So not that much. Trialist allowed to play matches. Sure. Let's have a look at Kelatan. They will not have any of those. That said, they will play a match next weekend against Bungaraya. So they still have a game in hand. Don't really care about their result there, other than, well, it might be interesting due to morale. Which reminds me, KL Rovers still have a game in hand. So this is even worse. They might still win their match and come back to 39, so it's really a 5-point gap if everything goes against us from here. On the other hand, Sembilan are at 21, so okay, that's good. But some of these teams will still need to play. We'll see how it goes. The Golden Hornbill fans, so ours, want a permanent deal stuck for Atan. Well, I do too. That's an interesting title. I would love to keep him. I do not think he's interested though. I have absolutely no interest in entering into contract negotiations with your club under any circumstances. I know that message back from Yidderhawkdal AK. Alright. Financially speaking, this season is definitely a success. We are not going into debt anymore. Can't really do much about the contracts right now. The next up is a friendly against Sarawak. Yeah, well, they've been for a while though. If you look at the overall stuff here, the loss against YPM in particular was that was gutting, but also the one against PIB. We were pretty much close to the top of the table most of the time, and this club is not prepared to have something to lose. Just for lack of a better phrasing, we are not really good coping with pressure, and you saw that in the match. The defenders were all nervous. I think it's probably not like a distinct thing going from composed to nervous. It's probably more of a sliding scale with the feedback being on intervals. So from that perspective, I guess there was some sort of nervousness in most of the players. I didn't want to ease the pressure too much in this match, so maybe that's something that I could have done in a different manner. On the other hand, if you play as number 1 against number 14 in the league, and you play at home, do you really want to ease the pressure? Like, that doesn't make much sense. If there's any occasion to put pile on the pressure, it's that one. But maybe that's a mistake on my behalf. Who knows? I can't really go back now and play the game 5 times more to find out. It would just be frustrating too. Like, I would probably win all 5 of them. Probably by big margins. So, it doesn't help. It is what it is. I also want to say, despite winning right now against Melaka, Naga usually should go down. Expected goals table. That should be part of the league history, right? Where is it again? Is it somewhere here? Injury table. You showed me at some point. I don't know where it is, Mies. Ah, thanks. Yeah. Okay. So, does this mean we do slightly overperform our expected goals? Yeah, our expected goals is 39.2. we did hit 50 something. Is that correct? We are at 43 points, so we are overperforming. We do underperform according to expected goals against, though. This overall performance comes from not conceding much, really, and the rest is pure damn luck. Also, PIB are way better than the position shows, according to this. Bukit Tambun deserve to be where they are, apparently. Okay. Yep. That happened. And, I mean, we all know. PIB should be third, yes. I thought so too. That's pretty impressive given that they are sitting in 10th spot right now. To be fair, they will probably not get relegated. It's like, it might still happen, but it's unlikely. But that's just the randomness of football, right? This is not even specific to Malaysia or to Safe or whatever, or Football Manager. That's just stuff that happens in football. Then you go on a downward spiral, and clawing yourself out of that hole is pretty hard. Just look at Perlis. I didn't expect that. They are in mid-table at this point. No problem for them. Hell, Naga UKS just won against Melaka, it was? Didn't expect that. Okay, I need some proper food. So, if I don't crash in bed like in an hour, which is unlikely, I feel very much inclined to come back to do another stream for maybe another match. So no promises, but I think I'm targeted something between 9 and 10. That is not really up for discussion, I think. And it's a fairly easy argument. I have no idea who will play in the first league. It might be that we need to compose an entirely new team. I'm not against playing a deep lying forward in League 1 or anywhere. I just think the players in this team will probably not make it. That makes sense. Because Diego Baggio Test, he might have the quality, but not as a striker. He might have the quality to be a somewhat tolerable player in midfield. And then we need to change everything around this. Chuchu, for example, will probably not be good enough for First League. Atan might make it, but he's a loanee. And it goes all the way like this. Like half of the squad is loanees and the other half is on non-contracts. And to be fair, I had a look at Willy recently. I actually had a look. Let's bring him up. If I can find him, so let's have a look at transfer histories instead. Where's Willy? There. We got paid 2.3k for him. Yes, there he is, Alphonsus Joseph Willy. He played 12 matches for them with a 6.7 average rating in First League. That's not horrible, but for a Porto that's probably not doing his job. He is on a contract that runs out. But looking at him overall, look at the off-the-ball movement and the anticipation. I don't want to say it was the correct decision to sell him. I think it's still something that can be discussed. In particular, the heading's pretty good, his finish is pretty good. He's not bad, on our level in particular. He probably wouldn't have changed our fortunes much either. That is what I'm going for. We would have needed to sell 2 other players. Or at least we would have had the intent. So maybe he'll make a comeback, but at the age of 24, this is not a good investment anymore. Yeah, true. But, like, I'm torn. Strong J, once we get promoted, so in this league, no. In this league, we are just not allowed to sign foreign players. That's how it works. I'll just show you on the rules. There's a maximum of 0 foreign players. For squad registration, that is. And I think I figured it out. That's an assumption, though. I think the way I figured it works is you cannot register them if they are foreign players for your squad. But if they were part of your squad in the first league and you get relegated, you can keep them registered. So this is why Casagrande and the Korean guy still play for whoever it was. So they can keep their foreign players if they get relegated to this league. Now, if we go up, there is, yes. And it's closed now. In the first league, there's still this stuff going on with the trialists being able to play in matches. And there are very different rules for foreign players. No more than 6 foreign players, no more than 5 foreign players, not including Southeast Asian. No more than 4, including Asian, not including Asian. Nigeria. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks. And there's a similar rule for starting 11. So there's an emphasis on still playing Malaysian players in the first league. But that opens options. A fanatical situation. The financial maybe. That might be a phone typo. Not going there yet, General. Also, we do not have the scouting range. We just don't get there. But it will, hopefully, there will be a switch that gets flipped. And there's also the opportunity to sign players that might not really be great for other leagues, but just think back to last season with Jorge Cesar. Like, I'm perfectly okay overspending on a foreign player if he turns the whole team around. And a player like Jorge Cesar, for example, would work. So, that might be a thing. Toss it out there. We'll still have a few minutes, right? Whilst you type this, this is the overall financial situation. This overall balance gets carried by playing friendlies against our own parent/sister club, Sarawak. So we get approximately 10k each and every time we play them. We do bleed a little bit of money, but I'm gonna show you the wage budget for a second. That is an idea. I do not think they are excluded from being scouted, though. Well, how do I put this? I think our scouting department spends 95%. I get that. I get that. I think our scouting department spends 95% of their time scouting on a boat. Or in a plane. It takes them for like a week, apparently, to finish one scouting assignment. It seems. And that might be related to being located on Borneo. Like, I'm not 100% certain, but this feels very akin to what happened with Wiederhochdeutsch IK. Well, Brazilians are pretty dominant, I think. We can probably have a look at the first league. Thank you very much for being interested in this, by the way. That's much appreciated. Sure, we can try, but you'll see soon enough. So let's have a look at these, and let's have a look at their No, it's okay. So let's have a look at this. He's from Uruguay, Philippines, Japan, Syria, Argentina, and Brazil. And if you look at these are pretty damn old. Also, they paid him a ton of money. It's similar here. There's an African guy from Ghana here. There's an English guy, Alan Robertson. Argentina. What's this? Bahrain. Alright. Brazil again. Kelantan United FC. Philippines, Senegal, Korea. Kuala Lumpur City FC. We defeated them. England, Croatia, Colombia, Italy, Philippines, Denmark, Australia. And that's Ivory Coast. So, if we aggregate this, I think it's a reasonable assumption to say that there's like usually 4 to 6 foreign players in a squad, and that turns the entire thing around. And usually it's the ones that get well paid. If you look at this, that's the ones that get money. But we will probably take a season or two to find out about players if no agent comes running for us. Our reputation is pretty low. So I'm still setting this up. We do have enough scouts, after all. So let's create an additional recruitment focus here. I will not assign it to a specific guy. Yeah. Any position. We will call this foreign players. Can be scouted anywhere. Don't care about it, but as you see, we can only scout Malaysia here. So no need to restrict this. Let's make it ongoing. I don't care about this. I will reduce this to half a star, and minimal potential is this. In fact, I would also take youth players. I don't care. U19 is totally fine too. And you wanted one clause in there. Where do I put this? Further details. So we add nationality is not Malaysian. And now we wait. So you might be right with this cherry nullet, and we might find players. We should probably have a look into the scouted players section though. And well, it's pretty easy. They do not have any interest in coming here because they can't play here. So as soon as this switches, all of a sudden the scout might find players. But the Mies is also correct. There's not much of a player base that is foreign over here in Malaysia, other than those already signed for First League teams. Because the rest of them, why would they be here in Malaysia? They would be without a contract, right? That's a weird situation, like family-based or something. You know, foreign nationality, moved here, got released by the First League team, never made it in another club, and did not retire yet. That seems oddly specific, if I kind of put it that way. Okay, so I promised I would... well, I didn't promise. I mentioned I might make it back at 9. This is European time, so not sure, German time. Is it the same time in England? Something similar. Give or take an hour. Yes, I can sim one day forward. Sure, let's do this. I will, if you wanted to know or not, I will have sausages with, what's Senf in German? Mustard. With mustard and a big fat salad. It's your birthday. Alright, everybody remember that. 2nd of September is Mies's birthday, because I will certainly forget it. Like, at 100%. I'm really bad reminding myself. remembering dates of birthdays. This is still the first though. We're gonna skip over this. Apparently the worst attacking analysis is Bukit Tambun. Fuck off, they just scored. The under 19 will play, hopefully nobody hurts themselves, otherwise I will blame Mies. Yes, there is a break. We will play Sarawak. There... Yeah, same turn, Nullet. Hopefully we'll see you later, and in case you don't make it, that's fine. Have a nice day. And thank you very much for watching, as always. Also, in case Charon Nullet watches this later, I'm still interested how the stuff with this Dion stream is going. In the match against Sarawak, yeah, this is set up for sharpness. I will have a look at that. Also, I trust Charon will do the right thing if we toss the players in the roster. So that will probably be fine. If I go to your Twitch profile, that I probably shouldn't do that while streaming. Desktop audio gets tossed into the stream. FM17 last time. Well, maybe you should try streaming after all. Don't know. That said, fair warning, I probably don't have time to watch anyone's stream, even if I want to. Like, I just don't have the time. It would be maybe an hour or two a month that I can do that. So please don't take it personal if I don't. Well, maybe you should. It's trying to tell you something. Okay. Also, pretty happy that you came back, Strong J. Thank you very much for being around. That's very welcome. Hopefully, I can provide a little bit more content later on. For now, though, let's wrap this up. And I will see you all later. Or tomorrow, if I crash on the couch. But I'm hoping for doing another match later. Yeah. Bye. Nah, that can't stand. It's processing though. Till 1st September. Who cares about training schedules anyway? So much for wrapping up the stream. If I die from hunger, you are responsible. Match Sunday. There you go. That can't stand. Are you interested in some results or something? Why am I doing this? This is not about your birthday, is it? He gets fined 1 day's wages. Till Sunday. Go away. There's results though. So, Kelatan played Bungaraya. Immigration defeated KL Rovers. Big point. And Manjung and Perlis also had a draw. This is fantastic. So, now it's official. 8-point difference. 5 matches to go. We win the next match, we're pretty much set. Yep. So, I guess you're to blame for that one too. I wanted to wrap up the stream though. It's Monday now. Does this count? No big deal, man. Always. Hit escape and go. Takes a bit, even with hitting escape. So you are responsible yourself for the fact that I will probably not make it until 9. But maybe I'll do a short stream late in the evening. You know, 9:30 or something. Also, you know, Discord probably is pretty fast, informing you with the bot and all. Have your cake, congratulations, happy birthday. Happy virtual Sarawak United birthday or something. And thanks for being around as always. Probably for the best. See you soon, man. And in case the Mr. Cake Grenade Mangle Cabbage guy watches this later on YouTube or something, it might be a thing, given how much he was around back then. I hope he's doing well. I really do. So, I'll wrap up the stream here. Now, 100% certain though. Bye.